Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Estate and its Origins. Long before the Ministry of Magic established itself as the governing body of magical Britain, certain wizarding families had already secured their place in the social hierarchy through wealth, influence, and the careful cultivation of pure blood status. Among these ancient families, few commanded the respect and fear that the Malfoys inspired throughout the centuries. Their ancestral home, Malfoy Manor, stands as perhaps the most tangible symbol of their enduring power and prestige. Nestled in the rolling hills of Wiltshire, where mist clings to the valleys on cool mornings and ancient trees stand sentinel along winding country lanes, Malfoy Manor first took shape in the 11th century. The land was acquired by Armand Malfoy, who accompanied William the Conqueror to Britain in 1066. Historical records suggest that Armand provided certain magical services to the Norman king, services that many scholars believe helped secure William's victory at the Battle of Hastings, though the exact nature of these magical interventions remains shrouded in mystery to this day. As reward for his assistance, Armand received a generous grant of land in Wiltshire, far from prying Muggle eyes, yet conveniently situated for a family with ambitions in both the magical and non-magical worlds. The original manor was modest by later Malfoy standards, a stone keep surrounded by defensive walls, reflecting the uncertain times in which it was built. Yet even then, magical enhancements set it apart from its Muggle counterparts. The foundations of Malfoy Manor were laid with stone, infused with protective enchantments, quarried from a hidden magical site in northern Wales. Wizard stonemasons worked alongside Muggle craftsmen, the latter having their memories modified daily to prevent them from remembering the strange occurrences that accompanied the building's construction, stones that floated into place of their own accord, mortar that set instantly at the tap of a wand, and windows that adjusted their shape to catch the perfect light as the sun moved across the sky. As the centuries passed, each generation of Malfoys added to their ancestral home, expanding its footprint and enhancing its grandeur. The East Wing was added during the Elizabethan era, a time when Nicholas Malfoy held significant, albeit carefully concealed, influence over Muggle affairs. The ornate ballroom, with its vaulted ceilings and enchanted crystal chandeliers that hover without visible support, was completed during the reign of Charles II, when the Malfoys entertained both magical and Muggle nobility with separate gatherings on consecutive evenings. The manor's exterior presents an imposing facade of dark stone, with tall windows that gleam like eyes watching the approach of visitors. Slender towers rise from each corner, not merely for aesthetic purposes but serving as focal points for the network of protective enchantments that envelop the estate. The roof features ornate carvings of serpents, a nod to the family's long association with Slytherin House, their scales catching the light with an almost metallic sheen that suggests they might come alive at any moment. The approach to Malfoy Manor has always been designed to impress upon visitors the wealth and status of its owners. A long, straight drive, lined with immaculately trimmed yew hedges, leads from imposing wrought iron gates to the entrance of the manor. These gates, forged by goblins in the 17th century, are embedded with detection spells so sensitive they can distinguish between invited guests, casual visitors, and those with harmful intent. For the latter, the consequences of attempting unauthorized entry have historically been severe, and in some cases fatal. Behind the facade of Wiltshire grandeur, the true nature of Malfoy Manor lies in its magical construction. The interior dimensions exceed what should be physically possible given the exterior size, a common enchantment in wizarding buildings, but executed here with exceptional skill. Certain rooms are rumored to appear and disappear according to the needs and desires of the current family head, while staircases occasionally rearrange themselves in a manner reminiscent of Hogwarts, though with far more sinister purpose than mere whimsy. The very air within Malfoy Manor seems charged with magic. Old magic, deep and sometimes dark, accumulated through centuries of powerful wizards and witches practicing their craft within its walls. Visitors with magical sensitivity often report a prickling sensation on their skin upon entering, as if the house itself is evaluating their worthiness to cross its threshold. The original protective enchantments cast by Armand Malfoy have been layered with additional spells by each subsequent generation, creating a magical defense so complex that it would take a team of curse-breakers months to unravel. These protections include not only standard repelling charms that discourage muggles from approaching too closely, but also more insidious defenses against magical intruders that detect the presence of specific individuals, curses that activate when certain magical signatures are detected, and alarming enchantments that alert the family to unwanted presence on their lands. The Malfoys have always understood that true security lies not merely in magical protection, but in the careful cultivation of social and political connections. The manor was strategically designed with spaces dedicated to entertaining influential guests and conducting private business negotiations. The grand reception hall, with its marble floors and enchanted tapestries depicting scenes from wizarding history, always with a Malfoy ancestor prominently featured, serves as the first impression for visitors welcomed into the manor. Perhaps most telling about the priorities of the Malfoy family throughout history is that the manor has always maintained quarters for house elves that are deliberately cramped and uncomfortable, a stark contrast to the opulence enjoyed by the family and their guests. This architectural choice reflects the family's long-standing belief in the superiority of pure-blood wizards and their right to command the service of magical creatures they consider lesser beings. The grounds surrounding the manor house are extensive, encompassing carefully tended gardens, a small lake rumored to house merpeople imported from the Mediterranean, and woodlands populated with magical plants and creatures collected by various Malfoy naturalists over the centuries. These grounds are enclosed by high stone walls, themselves embedded with protective enchantments, and topped with statues of magical creatures that serve as additional sentries, their stone eyes occasionally blinking as they survey the perimeter. Within this fortified estate, generations of Malfoys have lived in splendid isolation from the mundane world, entertaining only those they deemed worthy of their company, and amassing wealth and influence through means both fair and foul. The prestige of Malfoy Manor derives not merely from its architectural magnificence or the power of its protective enchantments, but from what it represents, the enduring legacy of a family that has maintained its position at the pinnacle of wizarding society through calculated ambition, ruthless determination, and an unwavering belief in the importance of blood purity. As twilight settles over the ancient stones of Malfoy Manor and shadows lengthen across its manicured lawns, one might wonder what secrets lie buried beneath the foundations of this imposing estate, and what dark whispers might be heard in its halls if the walls could speak of all they have witnessed through the centuries. Chapter 2. The Grounds and Gardens. As shadows lengthen and the evening mist rises from the valleys of Wiltshire, the extensive grounds of Malfoy Manor reveal themselves in layers of carefully orchestrated beauty and subtle intimidation. Beyond the imposing stone walls of the manor house lies a landscape that has been shaped by generations of Malfoys, each adding their own touches to create an outdoor domain that both showcases the family's wealth and conceals some of their most closely guarded secrets. The formal gardens that immediately surround the manor house were first established during the Tudor period, when Septimus Malfoy employed both Muggle landscape designers and wizard herbologists to create a series of interconnected garden rooms that would impress visitors from both worlds. These gardens follow classical principles of symmetry and order, with long, straight paths intersecting at elegant fountains and carefully clipped hedges forming intricate patterns when viewed from the manor's upper windows. Perhaps the most immediately striking feature of these formal gardens is the grand central fountain, commissioned by Brutus Malfoy in the late 18th century. Crafted from gleaming black marble, the fountain depicts a wizard standing triumphant atop a mound of cowering magical creatures, a visual representation of the family's views on the proper hierarchy of magical beings. The water that flows from this fountain is enchanted to remain perfectly clear and sweet-smelling regardless of weather conditions, and on particularly still evenings, it's said that the marble figures subtly change their positions, the expressions on their faces shifting from submission to resentment and back again. Flanking the main path that leads from the fountain to the manor's grand entrance are 2 rows of immaculately trimmed yew trees, enchanted centuries ago to maintain their perfect conical shape without the need for regular pruning. These ancient trees harbor their own magic, having absorbed ambient magical energy for hundreds of years. Sensitive visitors often report feeling watched as they walk between these silent sentinels, and indeed, there may be truth to this sensation. The Malfoys have traditionally utilized these trees as part of their estate's security system, the deep roots serving as conduits for detection spells that alert the family to the presence and intentions of those who approach the manor. Beyond the yew-lined approach stretches a vast lawn of emerald grass, so perfect it appears almost artificial. Unlike Muggle estates, where maintaining such pristine grounds would require an army of gardeners, the Malfoys employ magical means to ensure their lawns remain flawless. The grass is enchanted to grow to precisely the same height before stopping, and to remain a vibrant green even during the harshest winters or most punishing droughts. Hidden within this seemingly innocuous lawn are defensive enchantments that can, when activated by the manor's owners, transform the gentle slope into treacherous terrain for unwelcome visitors. It is upon this perfect lawn that generations of Malfoy children have taken their first flights on broomsticks, where elaborate garden parties have been held for the elite of wizarding society, and where, during darker periods of the family's history, gatherings of a more sinister nature have taken place under cover of night and magical concealment. To the west of the manor house lies the famous White Peacock Garden, a relative innovation added by Abraxas Malfoy in the early 20th century. The albino peacocks that roam these grounds were originally imported from India, but have since been enhanced through selective breeding and subtle magical modifications to increase their size, extend their lifespan, and enhance the luminous quality of their white plumage. These birds possess an almost preternatural awareness of their surroundings and serve as both decorative status symbols and additional sentries for the estate. The peacocks wander freely through a garden designed specifically to showcase their beauty. White roses, silver-leafed shrubs, and pale stone pathways that seem to glow in the moonlight. Narcissa Malfoy took particular interest in this area after her marriage to Lucius, adding beds of night-blooming flowers that fill the air with intoxicating fragrance after sunset. The pale blossoms of morning glory, moonflower, and enchanted white lilies that open only under starlight create an ethereal atmosphere in this section of the grounds, their subtle perfume carrying hints of both allure and forgetfulness. Visitors who linger too long among Narcissa's flowers often find themselves becoming pleasantly disoriented, their memories of sensitive conversations held within these gardens growing hazy upon departure. To the east, the formal gardens give way to more naturalistic landscaping, though no less carefully managed. A small ornamental lake reflects the changing sky, its surface occasionally disturbed by the movement of exotic magical fish brought from distant lands. The Malfoys have, over generations, collected rare aquatic specimens for both their beauty and their magical properties. Golden koi, with scales that actually contain flecks of precious metal, swim alongside more unusual creatures. Miniature, water serpents with iridescent scales, luminous frogs that glow with subdued blue light after nightfall, and at least one ancient grindilo kept not as a pest, but as a curiosity, its tentacles occasionally visible as it lurks in the deeper central portion of the lake. Surrounding this lake is a collection of weeping willows and silver birches, their branches trailing gracefully toward the water. These trees serve as more than mere decoration. Each has been planted over the buried remains of a family house elf, their roots drawing nourishment from the lingering magic of these faithful servants even after death. It's a practice that exemplifies the Malfoy philosophy, extracting value from their subordinates until nothing remains, and then finding ways to continue the exploitation, even beyond the grave. The northeastern corner of the estate features a carefully maintained herb garden, where plants with magical properties grow in abundance. Unlike the more ornamental sections of the grounds, this area serves a practical purpose, providing ingredients for potions and magical remedies. Hellebore, dittany, and aconite grow alongside more common herbs like sage and rosemary, all arranged in concentric circles around a small stone structure that houses tools and serves as a workspace for harvesting and initial processing of these valuable plants. Access to this herb garden has traditionally been restricted to family members and their most trusted servants, as some of the plants cultivated here could be used in the creation of potent poisons as well as healing potions. Several species growing in the shadier sections of this garden are technically regulated by the Ministry of Magic, their cultivation requiring special permits that the Malfoys have sometimes obtained through official channels, and at other times simply ignored with the confidence that comes from believing oneself above such mundane restrictions. Beyond the herb garden, the manicured grounds transition into a small but ancient woodland that predates even the original construction of the manor. These woods have been incorporated into the estate's design rather than cleared away, their ancient magic respected, and where possible, harnessed by successive generations of the family. Paths wind through stands of oak, ash, and rowan, occasionally opening into small clearings where evidence of old magical practices can still be found. Stone circles, raised earthworks, and trees carved with symbols whose meanings have been lost to all but the most dedicated scholars of ancient magic. The Malfoy family has long maintained that these woods are home to various magical creatures, some benign and others decidedly less so. Bowtruckles nest in the oldest trees, while the occasional glimpse of a unicorn has been reported by family members, though such pure creatures rarely linger long on grounds so steeped in dark magical history. More concerning are the persistent rumors of a small colony of acromantula established in the densest part of the woodland during the 1940s, a claim the family officially denies, but which might explain why even the most adventurous Malfoy children have historically been forbidden from venturing too deep among the trees without adult supervision. Concealed within these woods, accessible only through paths that shift and change to confuse unauthorized visitors, lies one of the estate's most closely guarded features, a natural spring whose waters are said to possess unique magical properties. The Malfoy family has guarded this spring for centuries, constructing an elegant stone well house over it, and restricting access to only those of Malfoy blood or marriage. The true nature of the spring's powers remains a family secret, though whispers suggest its waters can temporarily enhance magical abilities, reveal hidden truths, or even, under certain circumstances, offer glimpses of possible futures. The southwestern boundary of the estate is marked by an ancient stone wall, predating even the manor itself. This wall, weathered by centuries of exposure to the elements, is covered in lichen and moss that conceal the faded remnants of protective runes carved by the earliest Malfoy inhabitants. Beyond this wall lies a small family graveyard, where generations of Malfoys have been laid to rest in ornate mausoleums and beneath statues that celebrate their achievements and status. Unlike the ostentatious displays of wealth evident in the rest of the estate, this graveyard maintains a somber dignity, the final resting place of a lineage that values its ancestry above all else. As twilight deepens into night across these extensive grounds, lanterns enchanted to light themselves at sunset create pools of warm illumination along the main pathways. These lights guide welcome visitors safely through the gardens, but are said to extinguish themselves in the presence of those with harmful intentions toward the family. Another layer of the estate's multifaceted magical defenses. From the highest windows of Malfoy Manor, one can survey the entirety of these grounds: the formal gardens, the white peacock lawn, the ornamental lake, the ancient woods, and the distant boundary wall, and appreciate how each element contributes to the overall impression of wealth, taste, and power that the family has cultivated over centuries. Every plant, path, and ornamental feature has been selected not merely for beauty but for what it communicates about the Malfoys themselves, their refinement, their magical prowess, and their unwavering commitment to maintaining their position at the apex of wizarding society. As moonlight bathes these grounds in silver light and night creatures begin their secretive activities in the shadows of ancient trees, one might wonder, what would these gardens reveal of the Malfoy family's true nature if one could read the language of landscape as fluently as the family themselves? Chapter 3. Architectural Marvels. Beneath the silvery glow of a waning moon, the silhouette of Malfoy Manor rises from the Wiltshire countryside like a monument to magical ambition. While its imposing exterior has long inspired awe and trepidation among visitors, it is the intricate architectural features of the manor that truly showcase the magical ingenuity that has defined the Malfoy dynasty for centuries. As we explore the architectural marvels of this ancient dwelling, we shall discover how stone, wood, and magic have been woven together to create not merely a home, but a physical manifestation of pure-blood wizarding pride. The foundation stones of Malfoy Manor were laid during the Norman period, but unlike purely Muggle constructions of the era, they were set with magical intention. Each cornerstone was placed during a specific lunar phase and inscribed with ancient protection runes, creating a magical framework upon which the rest of the manor would be built. These foundation stones, quarried from a location that remains a Malfoy family secret, contain natural magical properties that strengthen defensive enchantments and allow the building to accommodate magical expansion without compromising its structural integrity. If one could peel back the layers of Malfoy Manor's walls, they would reveal a fascinating architectural timeline, with each generation having added their own innovations while preserving the essential character of those that came before. The original Norman keep forms the central core of the manor, its thick stone walls now encased within later additions, but still serving as the literal and metaphorical heart of the structure. Within these oldest walls lie the family's most private chambers and their most valuable possessions, protected by the accumulated magical defenses of nearly a millennium. The Tudor additions expanded the manor significantly, adding the east and west wings with their distinctive half-timbered facades. Unlike conventional Tudor buildings, however, the timbers used in Malfoy Manor were harvested from trees grown in soil infused with magical minerals, rendering them impervious to rot, fire, and most forms of magical attack. The intricate patterns formed by these timbers are not merely decorative, but form a complex series of binding spells that help to channel and control the magical energies that flow through the building. The manor's windows represent another architectural marvel, with each pane of glass hand-blown by goblin craftsmen who incorporated trace amounts of powdered moonstone into the molten glass. This addition gives the windows their characteristic silvery sheen when viewed from the exterior, while allowing those inside to see clearly in even the dimmest light. More importantly, these windows form a one-way barrier against many forms of magical surveillance, preventing outsiders from scrying upon the family, while allowing the Malfoys to monitor their grounds without hindrance. Perhaps the most impressive architectural feature of the manor is its grand entrance hall, redesigned during the Georgian period by Augustus Malfoy, who had developed a fascination with classical architecture during his grand tour of Europe. The hall rises through 2 full stories of the house, its ceiling enchanted in a manner similar to though distinct from the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Rather than displaying the current weather, however, the ceiling of Malfoy Manor's entrance hall shows an idealized night sky, with constellations subtly rearranged to form the Malfoy family crest for those who know how to interpret the pattern. The floor of this entrance hall is a masterpiece of magical craftsmanship, a complex mosaic depicting scenes from wizarding history, with the tesserae enchanted to shift subtly depending on who walks across them. Visitors of pure-blood heritage will notice the mosaic highlighting moments of wizarding triumph, while those of mixed heritage or Muggle birth might perceive more ominous scenes, a subtle but effective means of immediately establishing the family's values to all who enter their domain. Surrounding the entrance hall are a series of interconnected public rooms, designed for entertaining and impressing visitors of appropriate status. The formal drawing room, with its high ceilings and ornate plasterwork, features magical elements integrated so seamlessly that a non-magical visitor might fail to notice them entirely. The subtle animation of flowers in the decorative molding, the way the crystal chandelier's light seems to follow and flatter each person in the room, and the faint warming charm embedded in the marble fireplace that ensures the room remains at a perfect temperature regardless of the weather outside. The Manor's grand staircase, a later addition from the Victorian era, represents another blend of magical and conventional craftsmanship. Carved from a single massive oak tree, said to have grown at the exact center of a fairy ring, the staircase contains no nails or joins, having been shaped entirely through magical manipulation of the living wood before being preserved in its final form. The banister has been polished to a high sheen by generations of trailing hands, and the wooden steps have worn in the center from centuries of use, yet the staircase shows none of the creaking or instability one might expect from such an aged structure. Instead, it exudes a sense of organic strength, as if it continues to draw life from its magical origins, less visible to casual visitors, but perhaps even more impressive, from an architectural perspective, are the Manor's hidden passages and secret rooms. Unlike the somewhat whimsical hidden corridors of Hogwarts, the concealed spaces within Malfoy Manor were designed with specific, often darker purposes in mind. Some serve as escape routes, allowing family members to vanish from one room and reappear in another part of the house, or even beyond the grounds entirely. Others were created as secure storage for artifacts and tomes that would raise questions or eyebrows if displayed openly. The most ingenious of these hidden spaces don't physically exist at all times. Drawing on complex principles of magical architecture developed in the 15th century by Cornelius Malfoy, certain rooms within the manor exist in a state of magical flux, appearing only when needed or called forth by specific incantations known only to family members. These rooms exist in what Cal architects refer to as potential space, neither fully present in the physical world, nor entirely conceptual, but occupying a unique magical position that allows them to manifest within the existing structure without disturbing the surrounding rooms. The Manor's library demonstrates another architectural innovation unique to magical dwellings. From the outside, it appears to be a modestly sized room, consistent with the proportions of the Manor's west wing. Upon entering, however, visitors discover a cavernous chamber with ceiling-high bookshelves, extending far beyond what should be physically possible, given the external dimensions of the building. This is achieved not through a simple expansion charm, which might create a feeling of disorientation, but through a sophisticated application of space-folding magic that creates a seamless experience of expanded space. Within this library, additional architectural details showcase the family's wealth and magical prowess. A spiral staircase of wrought iron and silver provides access to upper levels of shelving, the steps adjusting their position automatically to deliver a scholar to precisely the tome they seek. The central reading table, crafted from the heartwood of an ancient blackthorn tree, contains subtle enchantments that prevent ink spills and protect valuable manuscripts from damage, while simultaneously serving as a repository for certain family records, accessible only to those with Malfoy blood. The dining hall of Malfoy Manor, represents yet another architectural achievement, though one focused more on atmosphere than spatial manipulation. The long, rectangular room was designed during the Jacobean period, with oak paneling and a hammer beam ceiling, whose intricate carvings include subtle representations of magical creatures and symbols. The true marvel, however, lies in the acoustic properties of the room, which have been magically enhanced to ensure that conversations at one end of the table cannot be overheard by those seated at the other, a feature that has facilitated countless political negotiations and conspiratorial discussions over elaborate meals throughout the centuries. Descending below the main floors of the manor reveals architectural elements with more sinister purposes. The cellars, which in later years would serve as makeshift dungeons during Lord Voldemort's occupation, were originally designed as secure storage for the family's wine collection and other perishable goods. The deeper levels, however, were constructed with detention in mind from the beginning. The stone walls at this level are not merely physical barriers, but are impregnated with magic dampening properties that weaken the abilities of any witch or wizard imprisoned within them. Small apertures near the ceiling allow minimal light and air circulation, while being too narrow to permit escape, and the iron-banded oak doors feature locking mechanisms that respond only to the touch of a Malfoy hand or wand. The true architectural genius of Malfoy Manor, however, may lie not in any single feature, but in how these elements work together as a cohesive magical system. The building functions almost as a living entity, responding to the needs and moods of its inhabitants, particularly those of Malfoy blood. Doors may open automatically for family members, while remaining stubbornly locked to others. Ambient lighting adjusts to preferred levels without any visible source or spoken incantation. Even the temperature and air quality throughout the manor are regulated by architectural enchantments laid down centuries ago and renewed by each generation, creating an environment of perfect comfort for the family, regardless of external conditions. This responsive quality extends to the manor's defensive capabilities as well. In times of danger, the architecture itself becomes a protection, with windows narrowing to prevent entry, additional barriers manifesting across doorways, and certain rooms sealing themselves entirely against intrusion. During the most perilous periods of wizarding history, the manor has been known to enter a state of complete lockdown, transforming from an imposing but recognizable country house into an impenetrable fortress with no visible points of entry, a transformation made possible only through the extraordinary magical architecture that underpins its conventional facade. As moonlight passes through those enchanted windows and casts long shadows across the mosaic floor of the entrance hall, one might pause to consider, if these walls could speak, what tales would they tell of the ambitious magic that shaped them, and how much of the Malfoys' power through the ages has drawn strength from the very stones that surround them. Chapter 4. Interior Design and Decor. Candlelight flickers across polished surfaces of mahogany and marble, casting elongated shadows that dance across walls adorned with centuries of magical opulence. Within the formidable exterior of Malfoy Manor lies an interior world where every fabric, fixture, and furnishing has been selected not merely for beauty or comfort, but as a deliberate statement of status, power, and magical heritage. To step inside these hallowed halls is to witness the physical manifestation of pure-blood ideology transformed into domestic artistry of the highest caliber. The entrance hall sets the tone for what visitors might expect throughout the manor. Beneath the enchanted ceiling with its perpetual night sky, the walls are lined with portraits of Malfoy ancestors, their painted eyes following newcomers with expressions ranging from mild curiosity to undisguised contempt. Unlike the portraits at Hogwarts, which often greet students with cheerful banter, the Malfoy ancestors maintain a dignified silence in the presence of strangers, speaking only when addressed directly by family members or those they deem worthy of acknowledgement. These portraits are housed in frames of extraordinary craftsmanship, silver for the most recent generations, moving back through time to increasingly ancient frames of gold inlaid with precious gems, enchanted to resist tarnishing, and to subtly illuminate their subjects in the most flattering light. The earliest Malfoy portraits, dating back to the medieval period, are somewhat cruder in their execution, but no less imposing, their subjects rendered in a style that emphasizes authority and magical power above all else. Between these portraits hang tapestries depicting scenes from both family and wizarding history, with Malfoy ancestors invariably portrayed in positions of influence and honor. These tapestries represent some of the finest magical weaving ever produced in Britain, with threads of actual silver and gold creating metallic highlights that seem to catch the light even in the dimmest conditions. Upon closer inspection, one might notice subtle animations woven into the fabric, a fluttering banner here, a flickering flame there, enchantments so delicate that they might easily be dismissed as tricks of the light by less observant visitors. The floors throughout the main level of the manor are predominantly marble, imported from magical quarries in Italy and Greece, with properties that resist magical staining and damage. In the entrance hall and main corridors, the marble is inlaid with serpentine patterns in darker stone, a reference to the family's long association with Slytherin House. These inlays serve a practical magical purpose, as well as an aesthetic one, subtly channeling the flow of magical energy throughout the building and reinforcing the protective enchantments that envelop the estate. Moving from the entrance hall into the main drawing room, visitors are confronted with perhaps the most impressive display of Malfoy wealth and taste. This vast room, designed for receiving important guests and conducting family business, features a soaring ceiling with elaborate plasterwork depicting magical creatures and symbols, each element hand-formed by goblin craftsmen during the Georgian period. The ceiling culminates in a central dome painted with a mural of wizards ascending to the heavens, leaving their Muggle counterparts earthbound below, a not-so-subtle visual representation of the family's views on magical superiority. Beneath this impressive ceiling, the walls of the drawing room are covered in silk damask in a deep emerald green, embroidered with silver thread in patterns that subtly incorporate the Malfoy family crest. The fabric appears to shimmer slightly as one moves through the room, an effect created not through conventional light reflection, but through a delicate enchantment that gives the walls an almost liquid quality. At certain angles, in particular lighting conditions, viewers with sensitive magical perception might detect additional patterns hidden within the primary design, protective symbols and ancient runes woven into the very fabric of the decor. The furnishings of the drawing room represent the finest examples of magical craftsmanship from various periods, curated by generations of Malfoys with discriminating taste and ample resources. Settees and armchairs upholstered in dragon hide, a material both luxurious and highly resistant to magical damage, are arranged in conversational groupings atop a massive carpet sourced from magical weavers in Persia. This carpet, its deep pile absorbing sounds and lending an atmosphere of hushed exclusivity to the room, features a complex pattern that subtly shifts when no one is directly observing it, revealing different designs depending on the time of day and the nature of the room's occupants. Dominating one wall of the drawing room is an ornate fireplace of carved black marble, large enough to serve as a connection to the Floo network when necessary, though the Malfoys have historically preferred to control access to their home more strictly than such a convenience would allow. The mantelpiece above this fireplace serves as a display for some of the family's more presentable heirlooms, silver candelabras that light themselves at dusk, a small pensieve of ancient design kept empty, but available for diplomatic negotiations requiring the sharing of memories, and various decorative objects acquired through centuries of strategic marriages and political alliances. Above the fireplace hangs the largest and most imposing portrait in the room, typically that of the most recently deceased family patriarch, maintaining a watchful presence over the current generation. During Lucius Malfoy's tenure as head of the family, this position was occupied by a portrait of Abraxas Malfoy, his stern countenance serving as a constant reminder of family expectations and pure-blood values. Unlike the more reticent portraits in the entrance hall, this central ancestral figure will occasionally offer unsolicited advice or criticism to family members, particularly when matters of family honor or tradition are under discussion. The drawing room's windows, tall and elegantly proportioned, are dressed with heavy velvet draperies that can be drawn to create a more intimate atmosphere or opened to admit carefully filtered daylight. These draperies, like much of the fabric throughout the manor, contain protective enchantments woven directly into their fibers, spells to prevent eavesdropping, to obscure the view from outside, and to absorb the energy of certain categories of harmful magic, should it be directed toward the house's occupants. Adjacent to the main drawing room is a smaller, more intimate sitting room favored by the women of the Malfoy family for receiving personal visitors. Here the decor takes a slightly softer tone, though no less indicative of wealth and status. The walls feature hand-painted magical wallpaper depicting an enchanted forest scene, the painted trees rustling gently as if stirred by a perpetual breeze, while birds and small magical creatures occasionally flit between the branches. This wallpaper, commissioned by Cygnus Malfoy for his wife in the late 19th century, represents a form of magical artistry rarely seen in modern times, its creation requiring both exceptional artistic skill and precise spellwork to achieve the balance between animation and subtlety that marks the finest magical decor. The furniture in this sitting room trends toward the feminine in its design, with delicate rosewood tables and chairs upholstered in silk brocade, yet still projects an unmistakable aura of expense and exclusivity. A particularly notable feature is a small table crafted from a single piece of amber, within which tiny magical creatures appear to be perpetually suspended, though closer inspection reveals these to be masterful magical illusions rather than actual imprisoned beings. This piece, acquired during the family's dealings with Eastern European wizards in the 18th century, is said to have properties that enhance the intuition of those who sit near it, a useful advantage during social calls that might include diplomatic or business undertones. The dining room of Malfoy Manor continues the theme of opulent display, centered around a massive table of polished ebony that can magically extend to accommodate from 6 to 20 diners without any visible seam or alteration in its perfect proportions. Above this table hangs a chandelier of goblin-wrought silver, set with enchanted crystals that cast light specifically formulated to flatter the complexions of those seated below, while simultaneously illuminating the food and drink to its best advantage. The walls of this room are paneled in dark wood, intricately carved with scenes of magical harvests and hunts, the wooden figures occasionally shifting position when observed from the corner of one's eye. The dining room's display cabinets hold what is perhaps the most impressive collection of magical tableware in private hands in Britain. Multiple sets of enchanted silver flatware, each piece bearing the Malfoy crest, are arranged alongside goblin-crafted goblets, designed to prevent poisoning by changing color in the presence of certain toxins. Porcelain dinnerware commissioned from magical artisans in China and Japan during periods when such trade was extraordinarily difficult to arrange, demonstrates both the family's wealth and their extensive international connections throughout wizarding history. Moving upstairs to the more private areas of the manor, the family bedchambers represent a slightly more personal expression of the Malfoy aesthetic, though no less luxurious than the public rooms. The master suite, traditionally occupied by the family patriarch and his wife, features a massive 4-poster bed crafted from ancient oak, its posts carved with protective symbols, and its canopy enchanted to ensure peaceful sleep regardless of external conditions. The bed linens, woven from acromantula silk, a material both extraordinarily expensive and magically responsive, adjust their weight and warmth automatically to suit the preferences of whoever rests upon them. The private sitting room attached to this suite serves as a sanctuary where family matters too sensitive even for the drawing room might be discussed. Here, additional layers of privacy enchantments ensure that not even the house elves can overhear what transpires within, and the decor reflects a slightly more relaxed interpretation of the Malfoy aesthetic, still luxurious, but with personal items and family photographs providing a more intimate atmosphere than the public spaces permit. Throughout the upper floors, Guest bedrooms are appointed to reflect the status afforded to different categories of visitors. The most prestigious guest chamber rivals the master suite in its appointments, with enchanted windows that can be adjusted to show the visitor's preferred view, regardless of the room's actual orientation, and furnishings selected to subtly flatter those of the highest social standing. Lesser rooms, while still luxurious by ordinary standards, contain more subtle indications of the occupant's relative importance in the family's estimation. Slightly smaller dimensions, less elaborate magical amenities, and positions further from the family's private quarters. The library of Malfoy Manor deserves special mention, not only for its architectural properties, but for its interior design elements. Beyond the space-folding enchantments that allow it to contain far more than its external dimensions would suggest, the room is appointed with furnishings that facilitate both serious research and casual display of the family's intellectual pretensions. Reading tables of different sizes accommodate everything from massive ancient tomes to delicate scrolls, with built-in magical features to protect fragile materials from damage. Specialized reading lamps provide optimal illumination without risking damage to light-sensitive texts, and enchanted bookmarks hold places in multiple volumes simultaneously, allowing the reader to cross-reference materials with unprecedented efficiency. The bookshelves themselves represent a marvel of magical craftsmanship, with wood harvested from trees grown in soil rich with magical minerals. These shelves adapt slightly to the needs of whatever volumes they hold, providing perfect support for books of various sizes and magically mitigating the environmental factors that might otherwise lead to deterioration of precious texts. Small enchanted labels appear when a shelf is approached, identifying the categories of books contained therein, and occasionally offering recommendations based on the reader's previous selections, a magical feature added by Septimus Malfoy, who was known for his scholarly inclinations, despite the family's general emphasis on political power over academic achievement. Throughout all these rooms, smaller decorative elements reinforce the themes of wealth, status, and magical heritage. Silver serpent motifs appear on door handles and drawer pulls. Enchanted mirrors offer appropriate compliments to family members while maintaining a chilly silence for those of lesser status. Vases and decorative vessels contain ever-fresh magical flowers that bloom regardless of season, their subtle fragrances enhancing the atmosphere of timeless luxury that pervades the manor. Perhaps most tellingly, the house contains almost no evidence of Muggle influence in its decor. While other wealthy wizarding families might occasionally incorporate elements of Muggle culture that they find aesthetically pleasing, the Malfoys have remained steadfast in their commitment to purely magical decorative traditions. The few Muggle-made objects that have found their way into the collection over the centuries have invariably been modified with magical enhancements, as if to cleanse them of their mundane origins and render them worthy of inclusion in this shrine to wizarding superiority. As candlelight casts its gentle glow across silver serpents and enchanted tapestries, illuminating the accumulated treasures of centuries of magical privilege, one might wonder, what does it mean to live surrounded by such constant reminders of status and heritage? And how has this environment shaped the worldview of generations of Malfoys who have called this opulent showcase home? Chapter 5. The Cellar Dungeons. The air grows colder, and the elegant trappings of the upper floors fade away as we descend the narrow stone staircase that leads beneath Malfoy Manor. Here, far from the enchanted ceilings and silk-covered walls, lies a realm of shadow and stone that speaks to the darker aspects of the Malfoy legacy. The cellar dungeons represent not merely storage space or defensive architecture, but a physical manifestation of the family's willingness to wield power over others when circumstances require it. Unlike the grand staircase that connects the manor's public areas, the steps leading to the cellars are utilitarian in design, worn stone treads spiraling downward in a tight coil, with rough-hewn walls that bear ancient torch brackets rather than the elegant sconces found above. The staircase itself contains subtle magical deterrents. Each step is enchanted to creak loudly when trod upon by anyone not of Malfoy blood, and the air grows increasingly oppressive for unwelcome visitors. creating a sense of claustrophobia that intensifies with each step downward. At the base of this staircase lies an antechamber that serves as a transition between the world above and the more functional spaces below. Here, a massive oak door reinforced with iron bands and bearing complex locking mechanisms marks the boundary of the cellar proper. This door has been enhanced with protective enchantments renewed by each generation of the family, ensuring that only those with permission may pass beyond. The most powerful of these enchantments allows the door to recognize intruders attempting to use magical disguise, responding only to the true identity of the person seeking entry rather than their apparent form. Beyond this imposing barrier, the cellars of Malfoy Manor unfold in a series of chambers dedicated to various purposes. The first and largest of these spaces was originally designed as a wine cellar, and still serves that function in part. Racks of bottles line the walls, containing vintages from both magical and muggle vineyards, one of the few areas where the Malfoys have historically been willing to acknowledge muggle craftsmanship, though they would never admit as much to outside observers. The oldest bottles date back several centuries, preserved through subtle stasis charms that maintain their contents at the peak of perfection regardless of age. The wine cellar's stone floor is inlaid with a drainage system that speaks to the space's dual purpose throughout history. While primarily a storage area for the family's impressive collection of rare and valuable wines, this chamber has occasionally served as an interrogation room when necessary. The central area, kept deliberately clear of racks or other furnishings, contains anchor points embedded in the floor to which chairs or other restraints could be attached when needed. The drainage channels, while practical for a wine cellar where spillage might occur, take on a more sinister implication in this context. Adjacent to the wine cellar is a smaller chamber originally designated for the storage of food supplies, enhanced with permanent cooling charms developed in the 17th century, well before such magic became commonplace. This room maintains a temperature just above freezing regardless of conditions elsewhere in the manor or outside. In earlier centuries, this space would have been filled with provisions to sustain the family through harsh winters or periods of unrest, when venturing beyond the estate's boundaries might prove hazardous. In more recent times, its contents have been more modest, as the need for such extensive storage has diminished with modern magical conveniences. Beyond these relatively benign storage areas, the cellars take on a decidedly darker aspect. A narrow corridor leads to a series of small chambers that were designed explicitly as holding cells. Each of these rooms measures approximately 8 feet square, with ceiling heights low enough to prevent an adult from standing fully upright, a deliberate design choice intended to create physical discomfort for those imprisoned within. The walls, floor, and ceiling of these cells are formed from a specific variety of stone quarried from a location with naturally occurring magic dampening properties, rendering captives significantly weakened in their magical abilities, even without the use of additional restraints or spells. The cell doors themselves represent a particularly grim example of magical craftsmanship. Formed from a combination of iron and silver, metals known for their effectiveness in containing certain magical creatures as well as wizards, each door contains no physical lock or handle on the inside. Instead, they are sealed through a complex enchantment activated by touching a specific pattern on the exterior surface with a wand, while speaking a passphrase known only to the family and their most trusted servants. This system ensures that even if a prisoner were somehow able to overcome the magic dampening effects of their cell, they would still face a significant obstacle to escape. The cells contain minimal furnishings, a simple wooden platform that serves as a bed, and in some cases a crude toilet facility in one corner. Small apertures near the ceiling allow limited air circulation, while being too narrow to serve as potential escape routes. These openings also admit a meager amount of light, though not enough for comfortable visibility, another calculated decision to disorient and demoralize those held within. The acoustics of these cells have been engineered to amplify sounds from outside while dampening noise generated within, allowing guards to communicate easily while making it difficult for prisoners to coordinate with one another. While some might expect such spaces to bear evidence of their grim purpose in the form of visible bloodstains or obvious torture implements, the cells of Malfoy Manor are characterized instead by a clinical austerity. The Malfoys have historically preferred more subtle methods of persuasion, magical rather than physical, and have maintained these spaces with the same fastidious attention to cleanliness seen throughout the rest of the estate. This sterile presentation makes the dungeons all the more unsettling, speaking to a calculated approach to confinement and interrogation rather than impulsive cruelty. Beyond the row of cells lies a chamber that has served various purposes throughout the centuries, adapting to the specific needs and interests of each generation of Malfoys. At different points in history, this space has functioned as an alchemical laboratory, a workshop for the development of cursed objects, or a secure location for performing magic that might attract unwanted attention from the ministry if conducted above ground. The stone walls here bear scorch marks and discolorations that speak to centuries of magical experimentation, some benign and others decidedly less so. During the height of Lord Voldemort's power, this chamber was repurposed as a meeting room for his inner circle, the smooth stone table at its center, bearing witness to strategy sessions that would ultimately shape the course of the Second Wizarding War. The room's natural properties, its isolation, the difficulty of magical eavesdropping given the surrounding stone, and its intimidating atmosphere, made it an ideal location for Dark Lord to gather his most trusted followers away from prying eyes or potential infiltrators. The farthest reaches of the Cellar complex contain storage vaults for items too valuable or dangerous to keep in the manor proper, but which the family was unwilling to entrust to Gringotts. These vaults are protected by multiple layers of security, including blood wards that respond only to members of the Malfoy line, magical traps designed to incapacitate or eliminate intruders, and enchantments that render the contents invisible to anyone not specifically authorized to view them. Over the centuries, these vaults have housed everything from ancient magical artifacts to detailed records of family dealings that would not withstand public scrutiny. Of particular note among these secured areas is a small chamber known within the family as the Heritage Vault. This space contains objects specifically associated with the family's pure-blood lineage and connections to Salazar Slytherin and other prominent pure-blood lines. Among the items historically stored here are genealogical records dating back to the Norman conquest, magical devices used to verify blood status, and personal effects of notable ancestors considered too valuable to display, but too significant to discard. The vault also contains documentation of family marriages and magical bindings that have maintained the Malfoys' pure blood status throughout generations. Adjacent to these vaults is a room that served as an archive for books and documents deemed too controversial or dangerous for inclusion in the manor's main library. The texts stored here cover a range of forbidden magical practices, from the creation of Horcruxes to ancient blood rituals long outlawed by wizarding authorities. Some of the oldest volumes are written in languages no longer spoken, their pages protected by curses designed to strike down unauthorized readers. Others contain practical instructions for types of magic that the ministry has classified as unforgivable, their presence alone enough to earn the owners a lengthy sentence in Azkaban if discovered during an official search. The air in these archives is noticeably different from elsewhere in the cellars, drier and faintly charged with magical energy. Preservation charms of extraordinary sophistication maintain the fragile parchment and bindings of the oldest texts, while additional enchantments prevent the inadvertent release of any magical entities or effects that might be bound within particularly dangerous volumes. Unlike conventional libraries, which typically organize materials for ease of access, this archive is deliberately structured to obscure its most dangerous contents, with decoy texts and misleading organizational systems designed to confuse any unauthorized visitor who might somehow gain entry. The cellar complex is connected to the grounds above by multiple exit points beyond the main staircase, though these alternatives are carefully concealed and protected. One such passage emerges within a mausoleum in the family graveyard, the marble slab of an ancestor's tomb, sliding aside to reveal a narrow staircase when activated by the correct combination of spells. Another leads to a hidden door, built into the stone wall that marks the property's boundary, providing a means of discreet departure from the estate in times of emergency. These escape routes represent another layer of the Malfoy family's careful preparation for potential threats, ensuring that even if the manor itself were to be compromised, the family would retain options for retreat. Throughout the cellar dungeons, the lighting comes primarily from enchanted sconces that emit a cold, bluish light significantly dimmer than the warm illumination found on the upper floors. This lighting choice is partially practical. Certain magical items and ingredients stored in the cellars might be degraded by stronger light, but also serves to create a psychological effect, establishing a clear separation between the public grandeur of the manor above and the utilitarian, sometimes sinister purposes of the spaces below. The shadows cast by this lighting seem unusually dense, occasionally appearing to move independently of any visible cause, a subtle magical manifestation of the accumulated dark energy absorbed by the stones over centuries. The temperature in the cellars remains constant regardless of seasonal changes above ground, maintained at a level just cool enough to create mild discomfort for extended stays. Like many aspects of Malfoy Manor, this represents a deliberate choice rather than a limitation of magical climate control, intended to encourage efficiency in any business conducted in these spaces, rather than lingering beyond necessary time. Even family members tend not to remain in the cellars longer than required, preferring the comfort and status signifiers of the upper levels. Sound behaves strangely in these underground chambers, with certain areas designed to amplify voices and others created to absorb sound entirely. This acoustic engineering allows for secure conversations in designated locations, while ensuring that any disturbances from prisoners or dangerous magical objects remain contained. Visitors sensitive to magical atmospheres often report feeling a weight upon entering these spaces, as if the very air resists their presence, a sensation attributed by some scholars to the residual magical energies accumulated over centuries of use. As we return to the staircase that leads back to the manor's grand halls and elegant chambers, the contrast between the cellar dungeons and the public face of Malfoy Manor becomes starkly apparent. This duality, the beautiful and the functional, the impressive and the terrible, perhaps best encapsulates the family itself, maintaining a veneer of aristocratic refinement and cultural superiority, while housing beneath that surface the capacity for calculation, confinement, and cruelty, when circumstances demand such measures. In the cold blue light of these ancient stones, far from the emerald silks and silver serpents of the drawing room above, one might consider, what does it reveal about a family that they would maintain such spaces beneath their home, and what secrets might still lie hidden in the shadows of Malfoy Manor's cellar dungeons, awaiting discovery by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Chapter 6. Magical Protections. As twilight settles over the Wiltshire countryside, an observer standing at a distance might notice how the silhouette of Malfoy Manor seems to shimmer slightly against the darkening sky. Not enough to draw attention from unsuspecting Muggle eyes, but a subtle indicator to those with magical sensitivity that they approach no ordinary dwelling. This visual distortion marks the outermost boundary of the elaborate network of protective enchantments that has safeguarded the Malfoy estate for centuries, a magical defense system so complex and layered that it rivals those of Hogwarts itself in sophistication, if not benevolence. The protective magic surrounding Malfoy Manor begins far beyond the wrought iron gates that mark its formal entrance. The very boundaries of the estate, outlined by ancient stone walls in some places and seemingly natural features such as hedgerows or streams in others, form the foundation of its defenses. These boundary markers were established by Armand Malfoy himself, who walked the perimeter of his newly acquired lands under the light of a full moon, placing enchanted stones at regular intervals to establish the initial protective barrier. These original boundary stones remain in place nearly a millennium later, though they have been reinforced and enhanced by each subsequent generation of the family. the most basic layer of protection, and one common to many wizarding dwellings, is the array of Muggle-repelling charms that envelope the estate. These enchantments operate on a gradient of increasing intensity. A Muggle approaching the outer boundaries might suddenly remember an urgent appointment elsewhere, while one who somehow penetrates further might experience escalating feelings of dread until they are compelled to retreat. Should a particularly persistent Muggle somehow reach the manor itself, they would find it apparently abandoned and in dangerous disrepair, an illusion designed to discourage closer investigation. These charms have proven so effective over the centuries that local Muggle folklore describes the area as cursed or haunted, ensuring that most avoid it entirely. For magical visitors, however, the protections are both more sophisticated and more actively dangerous. Beyond the standard detection spells that alert the family to the presence of visitors on their lands, the Malfoy estate incorporates defensive enchantments designed to evaluate the intentions of those who approach. Visitors with benign or invited purposes may pass with minimal interference, while those harboring malicious intent trigger increasingly hostile responses from the magical defenses. The wrought iron gates that mark the formal entrance to the estate represent a particularly concentrated focus of protective magic, created by goblin metalsmiths in the 17th century under commission from Julius Malfoy. These gates incorporate metal from meteorites with naturally occurring magical properties. The intricate patterns of the ironwork are not merely decorative, but form a complex series of binding spells that prevent unauthorized entry. When closed, these gates create a magical barrier that extends both above and below the physical structure, preventing entry by flying over or tunneling under. The approach to these gates is monitored by detection spells of extraordinary sensitivity, capable of distinguishing not only between known and unknown visitors, but also detecting magical disguises such as polyjuice potion or disillusionment charms. Attempting to approach the gates while magically concealed triggers a series of alarm enchantments that alert the inhabitants to potential intruders, while simultaneously activating additional layers of magical defense. For invited guests, the gates respond to specific magical signatures or spoken passwords, swinging open silently to allow passage. During periods of heightened security, such as the Second Wizarding War, additional verification methods were implemented, including questions designed to reveal imposters or those operating under the Imperious Curse. The exact nature of these security measures has varied throughout history, adapting to the specific threats and concerns of each era. Beyond the gates, the long drive leading to the manor house is lined with ancient yew trees whose roots form an interconnected network beneath the gravel surface. These trees serve as both sentinels and conduits for the estate's protective magic, monitoring those who pass between them and relaying information back to the manor itself. The magical properties of yew, traditionally associated with both death and immortality in wizarding lore, enhance the tree's natural longevity, while imbuing them with a form of rudimentary magical consciousness. Visitors sensitive to such things often report feeling observed as they travel this path, an accurate perception of the vigilance maintained by these living components of the manor's defenses. The gardens surrounding the manor house contain additional layers of magical protection disguised as decorative elements. The white peacocks that roam the grounds serve not merely as status symbols, but as magical guardians, their keen senses enhanced by spells to detect intruders or unusual magical activity. The fountain at the center of the formal garden, with its black marble depiction of a triumphant wizard, contains water enchanted to respond to hostile magic by transforming into a defensive barrier or even an offensive weapon if necessary. The manor house itself represents the most concentrated focus of protective enchantments on the estate. The very stones used in its construction were selected for their natural magical properties and further enhanced during the building process. The older sections of the house, particularly the Norman core, contain masonry laid with mortar mixed with ingredients that naturally repel certain categories of harmful magic, creating a passive defense that has required minimal maintenance over the centuries. The windows of the manor, with their goblin-crafted glass incorporating traces of moonstone, create a one-way barrier against many forms of magical surveillance. Those inside can observe the grounds clearly, while attempts to view the interior from outside, whether by conventional means or through magical scrying, encounter significant interference. During periods of particular danger, such as Voldemort's occupation of the manor, these properties were enhanced with additional enchantments that rendered the building's interior completely unobservable from beyond its walls. The doorways and other potential entry points to the manor incorporate multiple layers of magical security, beyond conventional locks themselves enhanced with anti-tampering charms. These entrances contain spells that recognize specific magical signatures, primarily those of family members and approved servants. Attempting to force entry through such a portal without proper authorization triggers defensive measures ranging from simple magical sealing to more aggressive responses designed to incapacitate would-be intruders. The roof of the manor, with its distinctive towers at each corner, serves as another component of its magical defenses. Each tower contains a focus point for the protective enchantments that envelop the building, channeling and directing magical energy to maintain the complex network of spells. During normal conditions, these focal points operate passively, maintaining baseline protections without requiring direct attention. In times of danger, however, they can be actively engaged by family members to strengthen specific aspects of the manor's defenses or to initiate offensive measures against threats. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Malfoy Manor's protective magic is its deep connection to the family bloodline. Many of the most powerful defensive enchantments respond specifically to Malfoy blood, creating a security system that cannot be fully controlled or dismantled by outsiders regardless of their magical skill. This blood-based magic extends throughout the estate, from the boundary stones to the manor's innermost chambers, ensuring that control of the property remains firmly in the hands of those with the appropriate lineage. These blood wards represent some of the oldest and most powerful magic on the estate, dating back to Armand Malfoy's original claim on the land. Through careful magical rituals performed at the birth of each new generation, the connection between family and property has been maintained and strengthened over centuries. This magic manifests in subtle ways throughout daily life. Doors that open automatically for family members, while remaining secured against others. Rooms that adjust their temperature and lighting to suit the preferences of Malfoy occupants, and defensive enchantments that recognize and exempt those of the bloodline from their effects. The intensity and nature of the manor's protective enchantments have varied throughout history, responding to the specific threats and priorities of each era. During the First Wizarding War, Abraxas Malfoy significantly enhanced the estate's defenses against ministry detection, creating secure spaces where dark magic could be practiced without triggering the usual monitoring spells employed by magical law enforcement. These enhancements proved particularly valuable to his son Lucius during his early association with Lord Voldemort, allowing the family to maintain an outward appearance of respectability while engaging in activities that would not withstand official scrutiny. During the period between the two wars, when the Malfoy family enjoyed considerable social and political influence, the focus of the manor's protections shifted somewhat from active defense to privacy and status maintenance. Enhanced anti-eavesdropping charms were applied to rooms where sensitive business or political discussions took place, while magical barriers against unauthorized entry were maintained primarily as a symbol of exclusivity rather than out of genuine concern for security. This changed dramatically with Voldemort's return and subsequent occupation of the manor during the Second Wizarding War. Under the Dark Lord's direction, the defensive capabilities of the estate were pushed to their limits, with new layers of protection added and existing enchantments modified to suit his specific requirements. The detection and anti-intruder spells were enhanced to identify members of the Order of the Phoenix or those loyal to Dumbledore, while the manor's inherent resistance to magical surveillance was strengthened to prevent ministry oversight of the Death Eater's activities. Perhaps the most significant modification during this period was the adjustment of the manor's anti-apparition jinxes. While standard protective enchantments prevent apparition into or out of secured areas, The modified version implemented under Voldemort's occupation allowed designated individuals, primarily the Dark Lord himself and his most trusted followers, to bypass this restriction, while maintaining it against all others. This selective permission system represented an extraordinary feat of magical engineering, credited primarily to modifications designed by Bellatrix Lestrange, with input from Voldemort himself. The various protective enchantments surrounding Malfoy Manor interact with one another in complex ways, creating a defense system greater than the sum of its parts. Attempts to dismantle or bypass one layer of protection often trigger responses from others, making systematic penetration of the estate's security extremely difficult even for highly skilled wizards. This integrated approach to magical defense reflects generations of careful planning and adaptation, with each new protective measure designed to complement and reinforce those already in place. Maintaining this elaborate network of enchantments requires regular attention and renewal, a responsibility traditionally falling to the current head of the family. Certain protective spells must be refreshed annually, often in conjunction with celestial events such as solstices or specific planetary alignments that enhance their effectiveness. Others, particularly those tied to the family bloodline, require ritual reinforcement with the birth of each new generation, ensuring the continuity of the manor's defenses through changing times and circumstances. The knowledge required to properly maintain and modify these protections has been passed down through the family in grimoires and personal instruction, with each generation adding their own innovations while preserving the core techniques established by their ancestors. This accumulated magical knowledge represents one of the family's most valuable inheritances, enabling them to maintain a level of security beyond the capabilities of most wizarding households regardless of wealth or status. In the aftermath of the Second Wizarding War and Voldemort's defeat, the protective enchantments surrounding Malfoy Manor underwent significant adjustment once again. With the family's fall from political grace and the scrutiny applied to former Death Eater associates, many of the more aggressive defensive measures were modified or disabled to comply with ministry regulations. The anti-detection enchantments that had previously concealed dark magical activity were particularly targeted for removal during ministry raids, though the more fundamental protections tied to family blood and property boundaries remained largely intact. Despite these enforced modifications, Malfoy Manor remains one of the most magically secure private residences in Wizarding Britain. The layers of protection accumulated over nearly a millennium continue to shield the estate and its inhabitants, adapting to new circumstances, while maintaining the core purpose established by the first Malfoy to claim the land: the preservation of family, wealth, and status against all outside threats, whether magical or mundane. As night fully descends over the estate and the magical lanterns along the drive illuminate automatically in response to the darkness, the protective enchantments surrounding Malfoy Manor enter their most active state. In the quiet hours when most of the household sleeps, the magical defenses remain vigilant, unseen currents of power flowing through ancient stones and living wood, maintaining the barrier between the Malfoy domain and the world beyond its boundaries. Standing now at the edge of the estate, aware of the centuries of magical engineering that separate you from the sleeping household, you might wonder what is the true purpose of such elaborate protection: to keep dangers out, or to keep secrets in, and how thin is the line between security and imprisonment in a house so determined to control who crosses its threshold. Chapter 7. The Manor as a symbol of power. The morning sun casts long shadows across the manicured lawns of Malfoy Manor, illuminating its imposing facade in a light that seems to emphasize every architectural detail designed to intimidate and impress. Beyond its function as a family residence or a repository of magical heritage, Malfoy Manor has served throughout centuries as something far more significant: a carefully crafted symbol of power, influence, and dominance within wizarding society. To understand the Malfoy family's persistent relevance in British magical history, one must understand how they have wielded their ancestral home as a tool for establishing and maintaining their position among the magical elite. In Wizarding Britain, where bloodlines and tradition hold exceptional value, The ownership of an ancestral property represents more than mere wealth. It signifies permanence, stability, and a connection to magical history that newer families, regardless of their talents or achievements, simply cannot claim. The Malfoys have understood this principle since their arrival with the Norman conquest, and each generation has contributed to transforming their manor from a simple dwelling into a statement of dynastic ambition that few could ignore and even fewer could challenge. The very location of the estate was selected with strategic consideration. Nestled in Wiltshire, close enough to London for convenient access to the centers of magical governance, but sufficiently removed to maintain privacy and security, the manor occupies a geographical position that mirrors the family's preferred social standing, connected to power, without being subject to its direct oversight. The surrounding countryside, with its rolling hills and ancient woodlands, provides a natural buffer between the Malfoy domain and the mundane world beyond, creating a literal, as well as figurative separation between the family and those they consider beneath their station. The approach to Malfoy Manor has been deliberately designed to prepare visitors psychologically for the experience of entering the family's sphere of influence. The long drive, flanked by immaculate hedges and ancient yew trees, creates an extended moment of anticipation during which guests cannot help but contemplate their destination. This journey toward the manor house serves as a transitional space where the outside world is gradually left behind, and the visitor becomes increasingly aware of entering territory controlled entirely by the Malfoy family, subject to their rules and expectations rather than the norms of conventional society. Upon reaching the manor itself, visitors are confronted with architectural features deliberately chosen to reinforce perceptions of wealth and magical prowess. The scale of the building, larger than necessary for practical purposes, the quality of materials used in its construction, and the evidence of magical enhancements visible even from the exterior, all communicate a clear message. This is the home of a family with resources far beyond the ordinary, whose magical abilities allow them to create and maintain a dwelling that surpasses conventional limitations. Throughout wizarding history, the ability to host significant social and political gatherings has been a critical component of power dynamics among the elite. Malfoy Manor was designed with this function explicitly in mind, containing spaces specifically created for entertaining influential guests and conducting discussions that would shape magical policy and practice. The grand ballroom, capable of accommodating hundreds of guests for elaborate celebrations, has been the site of legendary events that cemented alliances and displayed the family's wealth to maximum advantage. More intimate spaces within the manor serve equally important but more discreet functions in the family's exercise of influence. The formal drawing room, with its impressive dimensions and carefully curated displays of valuable magical artifacts, provides an appropriately imposing backdrop for meetings with ministry officials, business associates, and other members of the pure-blood elite. The subtle enchantments embedded in this room, charms that ensure perfect acoustic properties for conversation, magical lighting that flatters the complexion of the host, while subtly diminishing the appearance of guests, represent the attention to detail that characterizes the Malfoys' approach to the theater of power. The dining room, with its massive table capable of seating 20 or more for elaborate meals served on goblin-wrought silver and enchanted porcelain, has witnessed countless strategic discussions disguised as social occasions. The Malfoys have long understood that significant decisions are often made outside official channels, and their dining room has provided the setting for negotiations and agreements that subsequently shaped ministry policy without ever appearing in formal records. The library, with its collection of rare magical texts and historical documents not available even in the extensive archives of Hogwarts, represents another dimension of the manor's function as a symbol of power. Knowledge, particularly exclusive knowledge, conveys advantage in the wizarding world as surely as in the Muggle one, and the Malfoy Library stands as a physical manifestation of the family's accumulated intellectual capital. Access to this resource has occasionally been offered as a privilege to scholars or researchers whose work might benefit the family's interests, reinforcing the perception that the Malfoys control not only material wealth, but sources of magical knowledge that might otherwise remain inaccessible. The staffing of Malfoy Manor throughout history provides another indicator of its symbolic significance. Unlike some wealthy wizarding households that employ human servants for status or convenience, the Malfoys have traditionally relied on house elves bound to their service through ancient magic. This practice reflects not merely practical consideration, but ideological commitment, the belief that certain magical beings exist to serve wizards of appropriate status, a microcosm of the social hierarchy the family has sought to maintain in the broader wizarding world. Visitors to the manor, witnessing the absolute obedience of these magical creatures to their masters, receive an unstated but unmistakable message about the Malfoys' expectations regarding deference and authority. Beyond its function as a residence and social venue, Malfoy Manor has served as a secure location for activities that required discretion or concealment. The extensive grounds, protected by layers of enchantment against intrusion or observation, have hosted clandestine gatherings ranging from political conspiracies to dark rituals during various periods of the family's history. The manor's reputation for impenetrability, the common knowledge that what happens within its walls remains private unless the family chooses otherwise, has made it a valuable asset in the Malfoys' ongoing efforts to influence events from behind the scenes, while maintaining a facade of respectability. This dual nature of the manor, its simultaneous function as a public showpiece and a private sanctuary, reflects the Malfoy family's traditional approach to power. Throughout centuries, they have cultivated the art of visible influence, holding official positions, maintaining prominent social presence, ensuring their name appears in connection with respectable charitable endeavors, while simultaneously pursuing less public methods of exercising control through financial leverage, collected secrets, and strategic alliances formed and maintained behind closed doors. The manor's symbolic value has proven particularly useful during periods when the family's reputation suffered damage. After the First Wizarding War, when Lucius Malfoy avoided imprisonment through his claim of having acted under the Imperious Curse, the undiminished grandeur of Malfoy Manor served as a visual counterargument to any lingering suspicions. The continued ability to maintain such an estate, to host ministry officials and influential pure-blood families in surroundings of unchanged opulence, helped to create a narrative of continuity and legitimacy that facilitated the family's social rehabilitation far more effectively than verbal protestations of innocence could have done. During times of ascendance, when family members held official positions of authority, the manor functioned as an extension of their public power, a place where the distinction between government function and private influence blurred conveniently. During Lucius Malfoy's period of greatest influence at the Ministry of Magic, certain discussions that might formally have occurred in official settings were instead conducted in the more controlled environment of his home, allowing him to establish the terms of engagement and subtly emphasize his personal power distinct from his ministerial role. The significance of Malfoy Manor as a symbol of power reached perhaps its most literal expression during the Second Wizarding War, when Lord Voldemort selected it as his headquarters. This choice was not merely practical, though the manor's defensive enchantments and isolated location certainly offered tactical advantages, but symbolic. By establishing his command center within the home of one of the oldest and most respected pure-blood families, Voldemort appropriated their accumulated social capital and historical legitimacy, visually associating his movement with established wizarding tradition rather than revolutionary upheaval. For the Malfoy family themselves, this occupation represented a disturbing inversion of their traditional relationship with power. Accustomed to maintaining control of their ancestral home as a tool for exercising influence on their own terms, they instead found themselves reduced to hosting a force they could neither direct nor resist. The manor, which had for centuries projected the message that the Malfoys answered to no authority but their own, became visible evidence of their subordination to Voldemort's will, a symbolic humiliation that reflected their diminished status within the Death Eater hierarchy. This period marked perhaps the only time in the manor's history when its symbolic function worked against the family's interests rather than advancing them. The association of Malfoy Manor with Voldemort's regime, particularly after the escape of high-value prisoners from its cellars, and the subsequent battle involving Dobby the house elf, created a public connection between the family and the darkest aspects of the war that proved difficult to dismiss in its aftermath. The manor, once a proud symbol of Malfoy prestige, became evidence of their complicity in a regime subsequently condemned by wizarding society at large. In the post-war period, the symbolic significance of the manor required careful recalibration. Rather than hosting elaborate gatherings designed to intimidate and impress, the family adopted a more subdued approach to their ancestral home, emphasizing its historical and cultural value over its representation of current power or influence. Maintaining the estate despite financial penalties and the loss of political position became itself a statement. A declaration that the Malfoy legacy, though diminished, remained intact, awaiting more favorable circumstances for its restoration. Throughout these fluctuating fortunes, certain aspects of the manor's symbolic function have remained constant. Its very existence represents continuity in a wizard society that values tradition above most other qualities. The unbroken line of Malfoy ownership, from Norman times to the present day, stands as a physical reminder of the family's durability and resilience despite changing political circumstances. In a world where magical buildings can be created or modified with relative ease, the choice to maintain an ancestral property conveys commitment to principles that transcend immediate practical considerations. The carefully maintained distinction between the manor's public and private spaces reflects another consistent aspect of the Malfoys' approach to power, the understanding that true influence operates most effectively when partially concealed. Visitors permitted to view only the formal rooms designed for display leave with one impression of the family, while the select few granted access to more intimate areas experience a different level of inclusion, creating a hierarchy of proximity that mirrors broader social structures the Malfoys have traditionally sought to maintain. Perhaps most significantly, Malfoy Manor embodies a particular vision of wizarding identity, one that values heritage, exclusivity, and the separation of magical society from Muggle influence. In an era when integration and equality have gained increasing acceptance within the Ministry of Magic, the manor stands as a physical manifestation of an alternative perspective. A reminder that traditional pure-blood values maintain adherence among established families, regardless of official policy. The eerie stones of the building, laid by generations who believed unquestioningly in the superiority of their bloodline and their right to prominence within magical society, contain a powerful ideological statement that transcends the changing political fortunes of its current occupants. For those permitted to approach, enter, and experience Malfoy Manor throughout its long history, the message has remained consistent beneath the varying details of its presentation. You stand in the presence of power, power derived from wealth, from magical ability, from social connection, and historical legitimacy, power that has endured through centuries and appears designed to continue indefinitely. Even in periods of decline, this fundamental message persists in the scale and grandeur of the estate, a physical declaration of the family's refusal to accept diminished status as permanent rather than temporary. As evening approaches and shadows once again lengthen across the grounds of Malfoy Manor, its windows illuminated from within by enchanted light that has witnessed centuries of the family's triumphs and setbacks, one might consider when a dwelling has served for so long as a symbol of tough power rather than merely a home. Does it shape the perceptions of those who inhabit it as surely as they have shaped its stone and timber? And what happens to a family that has defined itself through such a symbol when the power it represents begins to fade? Chapter 8. Notable historical events. The ancient stones of Malfoy Manor have borne silent witness to moments that have shaped not only the family's destiny, but occasionally the course of wizarding history itself. Within these walls, decisions have been made, alliances formed, and plots conceived that would ripple outward to affect the broader magical community. As we explore the notable historical events that have unfolded within this storied estate, we glimpse the manor not merely as a setting, but as an active participant in the unfolding drama of Wizarding Britain. The earliest significant historical event associated with the manor occurred before the building itself existed in its current form. In 1066, when Armand Malfoy first acquired the land from William the Conqueror, a ritual was performed to bind the Malfoy bloodline to this particular plot of Wiltshire soil. Historical accounts preserved in family records describe a midnight ceremony in which Armand mixed his blood with the earth at what would become the four corners of his estate, creating a magical foundation for the dynasty he intended to establish. This ritual, though simple by later magical standards, created an enduring connection between land and lineage that would influence the family's fortunes for centuries to come. During the medieval period, when relations between the magical and non-magical communities were more fluid than they would later become, Malfoy Manor served as a gathering place for influential wizards seeking to establish their position relative to Muggle nobility and the emerging central government. In 1296, Brutus Malfoy hosted what historical records describe as the Conclave of Separation, a week-long assembly of powerful magical families who discussed the growing tensions with the Muggle world and began formulating the principles that would eventually lead to more complete segregation between the two societies. The decisions made during this conclave laid the philosophical groundwork for much of the Malfoys' later political positioning. While minutes of the meeting were never formally recorded, the participants being well aware of the sensitivity of their discussions, family journals from the period indicate that Brutus argued forcefully for complete separation from Muggle society, citing increasing hostility and the dangers posed by witch hunts already beginning in some regions. His stance apparently met with mixed reception, with some families favoring continued integration and influence within Muggle power structures, but the seeds were planted for ideas that would eventually culminate in the International Statute of Secrecy. By the Elizabethan era, Malfoy Manor had become an established center of magical influence in Britain. In 1579, Nicholas Malfoy hosted a gathering ostensibly to celebrate midsummer with elaborate magical entertainments, but which secretly served as cover for discussions of how to respond to Queen Elizabeth I's increasingly effective network of spies, which some feared might uncover the magical community. The solution proposed, infiltrating this network with wizards sympathetic to the cause of magical secrecy, was implemented with sufficient success that several prominent witch-finders of the period were in fact wizards working to misdirect attention from genuine magical practitioners. The drawing room of Malfoy Manor witnessed another pivotal moment in 1692, when representatives of Britain's most influential magical families gathered to discuss implementation of the recently adopted International Statute of Secrecy. Septimus Malfoy, then head of the family, argued successfully for the creation of what would eventually become the Ministry of Magic, proposing a structure that ensured pureblood families would maintain significant influence within the new governing body. That signed the initial charter establishing this magical government is still preserved in a display case in the Manor's library, a small but significant artifact of a moment that fundamentally altered the organization of wizarding society in Britain. During the Goblin rebellions of the 18th century, Malfoy Manor served briefly as a strategic headquarters for wizarding forces during the conflict of 1752. The eastern wing of the manor was converted to a temporary hospital for treating injuries inflicted by goblin weapons, injuries that often resisted conventional magical healing due to the unique properties of goblin-wrought metals. The family's collection of dark artifacts proved unexpectedly useful during this period, as certain items contained counter-curses effective against goblin magic. This contribution to the wizarding war effort temporarily improved the Malfoys' public standing, though historical accounts suggest their primary motivation was protection of their considerable financial interests rather than patriotic sentiment. A darker chapter in the manor's history unfolded in 1799, when Brutus Malfoy II used the cellars of the manor to imprison 3 prominent advocates for Muggle rights who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. These individuals, 2 wizards and a witch, whose campaign for greater integration with Muggle society threatened traditional pureblood interests, were held for nearly 6 months before being subjected to memory charms and released with no recollection of their captivity. This incident remained unknown outside the family until centuries later, when personal diaries were discovered during a ministry raid following the Second Wizarding War, too late for any legal consequences, but casting a retrospective shadow over the family's historical reputation. The 19th century saw Malfoy Manor host a series of exclusive gatherings known as the Pure Blood Conventions, biennial meetings where the oldest wizarding families discussed strategies for maintaining their influence in a changing society. The 1842 convention proved particularly consequential as it established the Sacred 28, a designation for the families considered to have maintained the purest wizarding bloodlines. Historical evidence suggests that Septimus Malfoy II played a significant role in determining which families would be included in this list, using criteria that conveniently aligned with his family's political alliances and personal vendettas. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Malfoy Manor continued to serve as a venue for political and social events that shaped pure-blood society, though its direct influence on broader wizarding policy gradually diminished as the Ministry of Magic developed more democratic structures. The family maintained their position primarily through financial power and social connections, rather than formal authority, hosting elaborate balls and hunting parties that preserved the networks necessary for behind-the-scenes influence. This period of relative political dormancy ended with the rise of Gellert Grindelwald in the 1920s and 30s. While the Malfoys never publicly allied themselves with Grindelwald's movement, historical evidence suggests that Abraxas Malfoy, then a young man, attended at least 2 meetings at the manor, where sympathizers discussed financial support for Grindelwald's activities on the continent. The family appears to have adopted a position of cautious observation, rather than active participation, preferring to await clear indications of which side would prevail before committing their resources fully, a pattern of pragmatic self-preservation that would repeat itself in later conflicts. The most significant period in Malfoy Manor's modern history began with the first rise of Lord Voldemort in the 1970s. The manor became a frequent meeting place for the early Death Eater movement, with Abraxas Malfoy providing both financial backing and the protective security of his estate for strategic discussions. Family records indicate that at least 17 meetings of Voldemort's inner circle took place in the manor's drawing room between 1971 and 1975, including the gathering where the distinctive skull and serpent mark was first proposed as the symbol of the movement. Lucius Malfoy, who assumed leadership of the family following his father's death from dragonpox in 1976, continued and expanded this clandestine support. The manor's cellar vaults became repositories for dark artifacts used in Voldemort's operations, exploiting the ancient protective enchantments of the estate to shield these items from ministry detection. The West Wing guest quarters were occasionally used to house foreign supporters of Voldemort's cause visiting from continental Europe, providing a respectable cover for meetings that advanced the Death Eater's international connections. Following Voldemort's first defeat in 1981, Malfoy Manor witnessed perhaps the most significant reversal in its long history. The urgent gathering of surviving Death Eaters in the first hours after the Dark Lord's disappearance involved heated debate over how to proceed, with some advocating continued resistance and others, including Lucius Malfoy, arguing for immediate disavowal of their former allegiance. The decision made that night, to claim the Imperious Curse had forced their service, allowed Lucius and others to avoid Azkaban and preserve their wealth and status, a strategic retreat that would enable future resurgence when circumstances proved more favorable. During the years between Voldemort's disappearance and his eventual return, Malfoy Manor reverted to its traditional role as a center of social and political influence. The annual Midsummer Gala, hosted by Lucius and Narcissa, became a critical networking event for ministry officials, members of the Wizengamot, and other influential figures in wizarding society. These seemingly innocuous social occasions served as opportunities for the subtle application of influence that helped maintain pure-blood priorities within magical governance, despite the official rejection of blood status politics following the war. In the summer of 1993, the manor hosted a private celebration following Lucius Malfoy's successful campaign to remove Albus Dumbledore from his position as headmaster of Hogwarts, a victory short-lived, but nevertheless indicative of the family's continued ability to manipulate events through official channels. Attendees at this gathering included multiple members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors and at least 2 senior officials from the Department of Magical Education, demonstrating the networks of influence the family maintained, despite their diminished reputation among those who suspected their true loyalties during the war. Following Voldemort's resurrection in June 1995, Malfoy Manor initially maintained its appearance as a respectable wizarding residence, while once again serving as an occasional meeting place for Death Eaters. The security provided by the estate's ancient protective enchantments made it an ideal location for discussions that could not safely occur elsewhere, particularly as Ministry surveillance increased following the battle at the Department of Mysteries in 1996. During this period, the manor continued to host ostensibly social events, while serving as a conduit for information and resources, supporting Voldemort's growing movement. The most dramatic chapter in the manor's recent history began in July 1997, when Lord Voldemort formally established his headquarters at Malfoy Manor, following his takeover of the Ministry of Magic. The once proud family home was transformed into the command center for the most powerful dark wizard of modern times. Its elegant drawing room converted to a council chamber, where strategies for the new regime were developed and implemented. For the Malfoys themselves, this occupation represented not triumph but degradation. Their status within Voldemort's hierarchy, having diminished significantly following Lucius's failures and imprisonment in Azkaban. During this dark period, the manor witnessed scenes of extraordinary cruelty, including the murder of Charity Burbage, former professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts, whose execution above the drawing room table served as both punishment for her views on Muggle-wizard integration and warning to others who might oppose Voldemort's pure-blood ideology. The cellars were converted to holding cells for prisoners deemed valuable to the regime, including wandmaker Garrick Ollivander and Hogwarts student Luna Lovegood, whose father's publication had supported Harry Potter. The climactic event in the manor's wartime history occurred in March 1998, when Snatchers captured Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, and brought them to Malfoy Manor for identification. The ensuing confrontation, involving the torture of Hermione Granger by Bellatrix Lestrange, the intervention of Dobby the House Elf, and the escape of all prisoners including Ollivander and Lovegood, represented a significant blow to Voldemort's operations, and marked the beginning of the end for the Death Eaters' occupation of the manor. The battle resulted in not only the loss of valuable prisoners, but the death of Bellatrix's accomplice Peter Pettigrew, and the theft of valuable magical artifacts, including the Sword of Gryffindor. Following the final defeat of Voldemort in May 1998, Malfoy Manor was subjected to multiple ministry raids, seeking evidence of dark magical activity and artifacts associated with the Death Eater regime. These investigations resulted in the confiscation of numerous items from the family collection and the discovery of historical records that further damaged the Malfoys' already tarnished reputation. The manor itself, however, remained in family hands, despite calls from some quarters for its confiscation, protected by ancient magical property laws that even the post-war reform government proved reluctant to challenge. In the years following the war, the manor has witnessed a more subdued chapter in its history, with the Malfoy family maintaining a significantly lower public profile than in previous generations. The once frequent social gatherings and political meetings have given way to a period of relative seclusion, as the family has worked to rebuild their position within a wizarding society, fundamentally changed by recent events. The west wing of the manor was reportedly remodeled extensively in 2002, perhaps in an effort to eliminate spaces most strongly associated with Voldemort's occupation and the darker aspects of the family's recent past. Despite this apparent withdrawal from public life, subtle signs indicate that Malfoy Manor continues to play a role in wizarding affairs, albeit a diminished one. Occasional diplomatic receptions for foreign magical dignitaries have been hosted in recent years, suggesting that the Malfoys are attempting to rebuild their influence through international connections, less directly affected by their wartime activities. The manor's extensive library has been made selectively available to certain scholars working on historical research, perhaps indicating an effort to reshape the family's legacy through careful curation of their historical narrative. As twilight deepens over Malfoy Manor, and its many windows glow with enchanted light, each illuminated pane representing a fragment of the complex history that has unfolded within, one might reflect on how a single location can contain such multitudes of experience, from moments of grand political significance to intimate family tragedies, from triumphant celebrations to desperate last stands. What future events might these ancient walls yet witness? And how will they compare to the momentous occasions of the past that have made this not merely a home, but a landmark in the unfolding story of Wizarding Britain? Chapter 9. The Manor. During the First Wizarding War, moonlight streams through the tall windows of Malfoy Manor, casting long shadows across rooms that once hummed with whispered conspiracies and carefully guarded secrets. During the First Wizarding War, these elegant chambers witnessed a transformation from spaces of aristocratic refinement to the nexus of a movement that would nearly topple the wizarding world. As darkness gathered across magical Britain in the 1970s, Malfoy Manor stood as both sanctuary and stronghold for those who allied themselves with Lord Voldemort's rising power. The emergence of the self-styled Dark Lord found fertile ground in the ancient values and prejudices long harbored within the walls of Malfoy Manor. Abraxas Malfoy, patriarch of the family during the early years of Voldemort's ascension, represented a generation raised on unwavering belief in pure-blood supremacy and increasing dissatisfaction with the Ministry's direction toward greater integration with Muggle society. Though advanced in years, Abraxas maintained substantial influence through financial power and long-cultivated connections in wizarding government, resources that would prove invaluable to the nascent Death Eater movement. Historical accounts suggest that the first meeting between Lord Voldemort and Abraxas Malfoy occurred not at the manor, but at an exclusive gathering of pure-blood elites in London circa 1970. The charismatic figure, who had once been Tom Riddle, made a profound impression on the elder Malfoy, articulating with persuasive eloquence the concerns and resentments that had simmered among traditionalist families for generations. Within months of this initial encounter, Malfoy Manor hosted its first clandestine gathering of what would soon become Voldemort's inner circle. The drawing room, with its impressive dimensions and centuries of magical enhancements ensuring absolute privacy, provided an ideal setting for these early meetings. Historical records retrieved during post-war Ministry investigations reveal that between 1971 and 1976, at least 23 gatherings of Death Eaters occurred within the manor, each marked by increasing confidence and ambition as Voldemort's power and following grew. These meetings typically occurred under the guise of traditional pure-blood social events, dinner parties or cultural evenings that would raise no suspicions among Ministry observers monitoring the Flu network or tracking apparition patterns. Abraxas Malfoy's contribution to the early Death Eater movement was primarily logistical and financial rather than operational. Too elderly to participate in direct actions, he instead provided the protective shelter of his ancestral home and access to a network of international contacts cultivated through generations of Malfoy business interests. The family vaults at Gringotts, among the oldest and deepest in the Wizarding Bank, supplied funds that equipped Voldemort's followers and bribed key officials to look away from suspicious activities. The manor's extensive library, with its collection of rare texts on dark magic not found even in the restricted section at Hogwarts, became a valuable resource for Voldemort's research into magical techniques that would further his quest for power and immortality. Visitor logs from this period, later discovered during ministry raids, indicate multiple occasions when the Dark Lord himself spent hours alone among these ancient tomes, particularly those dealing with soul magic and arcane protective enchantments. What specific knowledge he gained from these sessions remains unknown, but the timing corresponds with the period when he likely began creating his first Horcruxes. The transition of leadership from Abraxas to Lucius Malfoy in 1976, following the elder Malfoy's death from dragonpox, marked a significant evolution in the family's involvement with Voldemort's cause. Where Abraxas had been a behind-the-scenes supporter and advisor, Lucius, young, ambitious, and eager to establish his position, became an active participant in Death Eater operations. His formal induction into the inner circle, marked by receiving the Dark Mark, reportedly occurred in the Manor's drawing room, in a ceremony witnessed by only the most trusted followers. Under Lucius's stewardship, Malfoy Manor developed additional functions beyond serving as a meeting place. The extensive cellars, with their magic-dampening properties, occasionally housed prisoners deemed too valuable for immediate disposal, but too dangerous to keep at more exposed locations. Ministry employee, some who possessed useful information, magical researchers whose knowledge might serve the Dark Lord's purposes, and occasionally personal enemies of high-ranking Death Eaters, found themselves confined in these underground chambers, subjected to interrogation through methods that left few physical traces, but profound psychological damage. The Manor's role as an operational base intensified as the war progressed. The study adjacent to the master bedroom was converted to a communications center where intelligence gathered from strategically placed supporters within the ministry was collated and analyzed. Maps of magical Britain adorned the walls, marked with the locations of Order of the Phoenix members, potential targets for recruitment or elimination, and sites of planned operations. A specialized magical cabinet allowed for the secure exchange of messages between the Manor and Death Eaters, embedded in key positions throughout wizarding society, creating an intelligence network that consistently kept Voldemort's forces one step ahead of Auror responses. The extensive grounds of the estate proved equally valuable to the Death Eater cause. The ancient woodlands at the property's edge, with their natural magical properties enhanced by centuries of proximity to the manor, provided an ideal training ground where new recruits could practice combat magic away from ministry detection. The more experienced Death Eaters conducted drills here, developing the coordinated attack strategies that would prove devastatingly effective against isolated wizarding families and unprepared Auror teams during the height of the conflict. Throughout this period, Narcissa Malfoy, who had married Lucius shortly before Abraxas's death, found herself in the complex position of manor mistress during wartime. While never taking the Dark Mark herself or participating directly in Death Eater operations, she maintained the appearance of normal aristocratic life that provided essential cover for the manor's clandestine activities. Her regular social calendar of garden parties, charity functions, and cultural evenings continued uninterrupted, creating a veneer of normalcy that deflected suspicion, while simultaneously allowing for the collection of valuable information from unsuspecting guests connected to the ministry or other influential institutions. The birth of Draco Malfoy in June 1980 occurred during one of the most intense periods of the war, when the manor functioned at the height of its operational capacity for Voldemort's forces. Family records indicate that protective enchantments around the East Wing, where the family's private quarters were located, were significantly enhanced during this time, creating a buffer between the infant heir and the darker activities occurring elsewhere in the house. These measures reflect an interesting contradiction in the Malfoy approach to the conflict: wholehearted support for Voldemort's agenda, combined with a determination to shield their direct family line from the most dangerous or compromising aspects of their allegiance. As the war intensified and ministry resistance weakened in the face of Death Eater infiltration and increasingly bold attacks, Malfoy Manor hosted some of the most significant strategic planning sessions of the conflict. The large dining table, where generations of Malfoys had entertained influential guests, now served as the platform where missions were planned that would claim dozens of lives. Operations including the massacre of the McKinnon family, the disappearance of Caradoc Dearborn, and the strategic elimination of several high-ranking ministry officials were reportedly conceived and coordinated from within these walls. Perhaps the most significant event hosted at the manor during this period was the gathering that occurred shortly after Voldemort learned of the prophecy concerning a child who would have the power to defeat him. Historical testimony from captured Death Eaters indicates that an emergency council was convened in the drawing room, where the Dark Lord shared the partial information he had obtained and assigned Severus Snape to secure a teaching position at Hogwarts to spy on Albus Dumbledore. The decisions made during this meeting would ultimately set in motion the chain of events leading to the attack on the Potters and Voldemort's temporary defeat. The manor's function changed dramatically in the chaotic hours following Voldemort's disappearance after his failed attempt to kill infant Harry Potter. Urgent messages summoned the inner circle to an emergency gathering in the drawing room, where heated debate erupted over how to proceed in their master's unexpected absence. Some, including Bellatrix Lestrange, advocated immediate action to locate the Dark Lord or, failing that, to extract information about his fate through attacks on those potentially responsible. Others, with Lucius Malfoy prominent among them, counseled caution and strategic withdrawal to preserve resources and freedom for future operations. The position that ultimately prevailed, that those who had avoided capture should disavow their allegiance and claim they had acted under the Imperious Curse, was reportedly proposed by Lucius himself, drawing on his legal knowledge and political connections to identify the defense most likely to succeed. This crucial meeting, occurring while celebratory fireworks still illuminated the sky over Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, effectively established the strategy that would allow many Death Eaters to escape justice and maintain positions of influence during the years of Voldemort's absence. In the days immediately following these events, Malfoy Manor underwent a rapid transformation designed to eliminate evidence of its role in Death Eater operations. Family records indicate that Narcissa personally oversaw this process, directing house elves in the removal of incriminating materials, the restoration of rooms to their pre-war functions, and the concealment of the most damaging dark artifacts in hidden chambers beneath the drawing room floor. By the time ministry officials began investigations into suspected Death Eater sympathizers, the manor presented the appearance of nothing more unusual than a well-appointed aristocratic residence, its recent history as a headquarters for magical terrorism erased from visible evidence. Lucius Malfoy's subsequent trial and acquittal, secured through a combination of his imperious defense, strategically placed bribes, and the testimony of respected witnesses who happened to owe significant favors to the Malfoy family, allowed the manor to transition back to its traditional role as a center of social and political influence. The drawing room that had hosted Voldemort's inner circle soon welcomed ministry officials, Wizengamot members, and other influential figures to elaborate dinner parties, where the subtle work of rebuilding the family's public reputation and political connections began in earnest. This rehabilitation strategy proved remarkably effective. By the mid-1980s, Malfoy Manor had resumed its place as a premier venue for Wizarding Society events, with its wartime role fading into unspoken history. Charitable functions hosted by Narcissa drew attendance from prominent families across the political spectrum, while Lucius cultivated more specific relationships through private gatherings in the manor's study or over exclusive hunting parties on the grounds. The steady stream of influential visitors and generous donations to popular causes gradually eroded public memory of the Malfoys' connection to the fallen Dark Lord. Throughout this period of outward normalization, however, certain evidence suggests the manor maintained some connection to its wartime purpose. Secure vaults beneath the drawing room continued to house dark artifacts too valuable or incriminating to display, but too useful to destroy. The specialized communication system, established during the height of the conflict, remained intact, though dormant, ready to be reactivated should circumstances change. Most significantly, the network of former-day Death Eaters, who had successfully integrated back into respectable society, maintained their connection to the manor through ostensibly innocent social occasions that nevertheless served to preserve the relationships that would prove valuable when Voldemort eventually returned. The manor's transition from wartime headquarters to peacetime power center reflects the remarkable adaptability that has characterized the Malfoy approach to changing circumstances throughout their history. Rather than maintaining rigid adherence to a lost cause, they pivoted effortlessly to a new strategy of influence through conventional channels, using the manor's grandeur and historical prestige to facilitate their rehabilitation, while preserving the core resources that had served the Death Eater cause. This duality, the ability to operate simultaneously within and outside the established order, has defined the family's relationship with power across generations and found its perfect expression in the manor itself, with its public grandeur concealing more problematic activities beneath the surface. As the years of peace extended and memories of the war gradually faded from public consciousness, Malfoy Manor reclaimed its place as a symbol of traditional wizarding values and aristocratic refinement rather than dark conspiracy. Yet for those who had witnessed its wartime function, the Death Eaters who had gathered in its drawing room, the prisoners who had suffered in its cellars, the house elves who had silently observed plotting and preparation for violence, the manor retained a more sinister significance, a beautiful facade masking the capacity for calculating cruelty that would emerge once again when the Dark Lord returned to claim his followers. As night deepens over the ancient stones of Malfoy Manor and stars emerge in the sky above its imposing silhouette, consider this: how completely can a place shed its history, and what echoes of those dark gatherings might still resonate within these walls, audible only to those who know precisely how to listen. Chapter 10. Headquarters of Darkness. A chill pervades the air of Malfoy Manor, deeper than any natural cold could explain, as we turn our attention to perhaps the darkest chapter in the estate's long history. In the summer of 1997, following the fall of the Ministry of Magic and the death of Albus Dumbledore, Lord Voldemort claimed the ancestral home of his followers as his headquarters, transforming what had once been a symbol of aristocratic privilege into the command center for his regime of terror. The elegant rooms that had hosted generations of pure-blood society now witnessed horrors beyond imagining, as the manor became both throne room and prison, strategy center and execution ground. The decision to establish headquarters at Malfoy Manor, rather than any other Death Eater property, was deliberate and calculated. The estate's extensive protective enchantments, built up over centuries and recently enhanced in anticipation of conflict, provided security against Order of the Phoenix interference. Its isolated location offered privacy for operations requiring discretion, while its impressive scale accommodated the various functions needed for Voldemort's growing regime. Perhaps most significantly, the symbolic value of commandeering the home of one of Wizarding Britain's oldest and most prestigious families demonstrated the Dark Lord's dominance not merely over the ministry, but over the very social order that had defined magical society for centuries. For the Malfoy family themselves, this occupation represented the culmination of a devastating fall from grace that had begun with Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries. No longer honored lieutenants in Voldemort's inner circle, they found themselves reduced to glorified caretakers in their own home, required to surrender their private spaces and prized possessions to the whims of the dark wizard they had once eagerly served. Family records, recovered after the war, reveal Narcissa Malfoy's carefully concealed despair, as she wrote in her private journal of feeling like prisoners in our own home, our status no higher than the house elves we once commanded. The physical transformation of the manor began immediately upon Voldemort's arrival. The grand drawing room, with its ornate ceiling and elegant furnishings, was converted into a council chamber dominated by a long, polished table, where the Death Eaters would gather to receive the Dark Lord's instructions. Contemporary accounts from those who survived these gatherings described the oppressive atmosphere. The windows perpetually covered regardless of the hour, the room maintained at an uncomfortable coldness, and Nagini, Voldemort's enormous serpent, constantly present either coiled beside her master's chair or slithering freely among the assembled followers, her presence a silent reminder of the consequences of failure or disloyalty. The manor's extensive guest wing was repurposed to house the growing number of Death Eaters and Snatchers who required accommodation as operations expanded. Once elegant chambers designed for distinguished visitors were now occupied by the likes of Fenrir Greyback and his werewolf associates, who showed little regard for the centuries-old furnishings and artwork that surrounded them. Narcissa reportedly ordered the house elves to remove the most valuable family heirlooms from these rooms before they were reassigned, correctly anticipating that such treasures would otherwise be damaged or stolen by their new occupants. The library, with its collection of rare magical texts accumulated over generations, became a research center where selected Death Eaters were assigned to search for information that might aid Voldemort's objectives, particularly regarding the Elder Wand, which had become his obsessive focus following the failure of his own wand against Harry Potter. The ancient tomes on wand lore and magical artifacts, preserved by the Malfoys through centuries of careful collection, now served the Dark Lord's quest for unbeatable power, their contents scrutinized for any reference that might lead him to his goal. The cellars beneath the manor underwent the most sinister transformation, converted from storage areas and occasional holding cells into a permanent prison for those Voldemort wished to keep alive for interrogation or leverage. The wandmaker Garrick Ollivander, captured shortly after the fall of the Ministry, spent months in these underground chambers, subjected to repeated questioning about wand lore and the theoretical possibilities of wand behavior. Luna Lovegood, daughter of the editor of the Quibbler, was later brought to join him, after being taken from the Hogwarts Express as leverage against her father's editorial support of Harry Potter. Goblin banker Griphook eventually joined these prisoners, confined in the damp darkness, while his knowledge of Gringotts' security was evaluated for its potential usefulness. The conditions in these cellars were deliberately harsh, designed to break resistance through discomfort and despair rather than direct violence. A single elderly house elf was assigned to provide minimal sustenance to the prisoners, but heating charms were prohibited, and light was provided only during brief feeding times. The magic dampening properties of the ancient stones, originally designed to safely store volatile magical artifacts, served equally well to weaken the magical resistance of those confined within, rendering them progressively more vulnerable to interrogation as their imprisonment extended. Above these grim chambers, the daily rhythms of the manor adapted to its new function as the nerve center of Voldemort's regime. The dining room hosted strategy sessions, where campaigns against Muggleborns and blood traders were planned with the same careful attention to detail that might once have been applied to planning a social season. The conservatory, with its enchanted glass ceiling showing the sky regardless of weather, became a favored location for Voldemort's private contemplation. The exotic magical plants cultivated by generations of Malfoys, now withering under the influence of his dark presence. For the Death Eaters, assignment to Malfoy Manor carried mixed implications. Proximity to Voldemort offered opportunities for advancement and favor, but equally exposed one to his volatile moods and swift punishments. 9 residents learned to interpret subtle signs, which staircase the Dark Lord ascended to his private chambers, whether Nagini accompanied him or remained in the drawing room. The particular quality of silence that preceded his appearances as indicators of what might be expected from each gathering. A complex social hierarchy developed among those stationed at the manor, with access to certain rooms or information, denoting status within the inner circle. The psychological impact of this occupation weighed most heavily on the Malfoy family themselves. Lucius, wandless and diminished in status following his Azkaban imprisonment, moved through his ancestral home like a ghost, his authority usurped and his confidence shattered. Narcissa maintained a careful facade of composed hospitality, while secretly focusing all her efforts on protecting Draco, whose return from Hogwarts for Christmas holidays brought him directly into the dangerous atmosphere his parents had hoped to shield him from. Draco himself, already traumatized by his failed assignment to kill Dumbledore and the consequences of that failure, found no sanctuary in the home that had once represented his birthright and privilege. This tension reached its peak during what would become one of the most notorious events to occur within the manor walls, the capture and interrogation of Harry Potter and his companions in the spring of 1998. When snatchers arrived with prisoners they believed might include the most wanted wizard in Britain, the manor's drawing room became the stage for a critical moment in the war. Bellatrix Lestrange's frenzied interrogation of Hermione Granger, driven by desperate fear over the sword of Gryffindor's removal from her Gringotts vault, revealed the extent to which rationality had abandoned even the inner circle of Voldemort's followers. The subsequent battle, triggered by Dobby's intervention to rescue the prisoners, inflicted both physical and symbolic damage on the manor. Chandeliers crashed to the floor, precious artifacts were destroyed in magical crossfire, and most significantly, multiple high-value prisoners escaped from what was supposed to be the most secure location in Voldemort's territory. The failure of the manor's defenses against a house elf, a creature the Malfoys had regarded as inherently inferior, represented a profound challenge to the pure-blood ideology upon which the family had built its identity and aligned itself with Voldemort's cause. The Dark Lord's fury upon returning to discover this failure reportedly manifested in one of the most terrifying displays of magical violence witnessed at the manor. According to accounts from Death Eaters who survived the war, Voldemort's rage caused every window in the drawing room to shatter simultaneously, magical fire to erupt from the fireplace and sweep across the ceiling without consuming it, and the very foundations of the house to tremble as if experiencing an earthquake. Those present, including the remaining Malfoys, were subjected to punishment that left several permanently injured, and at least 2 dead, their bodies disposed of in the woods at the edge of the property. In the aftermath of this disaster, the atmosphere within Malfoy Manor deteriorated further. Additional security measures were implemented, including Dementors positioned at the property boundaries, and more frequent patrols by werewolves loyal to Greyback. The remaining prisoners were moved to more secure locations, the cellars deemed compromised by Dobby's demonstrated ability to penetrate them. Voldemort himself became increasingly erratic, sometimes disappearing for days on unexplained errands that left the Death Eaters in residence uncertain of their responsibilities or expected activities. The manor's function as headquarters continued until the final battle at Hogwarts, with strategy for the assault planned in the same drawing room where so many other significant events of the war had transpired. Historical accounts suggest that the last full gathering of Death Eaters at the manor occurred the night before the battle, with Voldemort outlining his expectations for the coming conflict and assigning specific roles to key followers. The Malfoys, still in residence but increasingly marginalized, were reportedly positioned at the far end of the table, their reduced status within the hierarchy visible in their physical placement relative to the Dark Lord. When the occupants of the manor departed for what would become the final confrontation at Hogwarts, they left behind a house transformed by its months as the headquarters of darkness. Physical damage from magical accidents and demonstrations of power marred once perfect surfaces. Valuable artifacts had been misappropriated or destroyed. The elegant gardens showed signs of neglect, with the white peacocks that had been Lucius's pride having mostly fled to the wilder portions of the grounds to escape the predatory attention of Nagini and the werewolves. Even the magical atmosphere of the house had changed. The centuries of benign or neutral enchantments layered into its construction now overlaid with residue from dark magic performed within its walls. Ministry investigators who entered the manor in the days following Voldemort's defeat documented evidence of numerous prohibited magical activities, including traces suggesting that the Cruciatus Curse had been performed in virtually every room of the house. The drawing room floor, despite cleaning attempts, retained faint but magical traces of multiple bloodstains, including those identified as belonging to Hermione Granger and the wandmaker Ollivander. In the Master Study, investigators discovered detailed maps of Hogwarts with annotations indicating planned positioning for Giants, Dementors, and Death Eater squadrons during the final assault. Perhaps most disturbing were the modifications made to the manor's underlying magical structure during Voldemort's occupation. The protective enchantments, already formidable before his arrival, had been enhanced with additional layers of dark magic that would take Ministry curse-breakers months to fully dismantle. Certain rooms showed evidence of experimental spellwork involving principles similar to those used in creating Horcruxes, though no actual Horcruxes were found on the premises. The cellar stones had absorbed so much magical residue from the suffering of prisoners that entering the space reportedly caused even experienced aurors to experience overwhelming sensations of despair similar to the effects of Dementor exposure. For the Malfoy family, reclaiming their home after the war presented challenges beyond mere physical restoration. The psychological impact of having witnessed so much horror within their ancestral walls left scars that would never fully heal. Narcissa reportedly insisted on completely refurnishing the drawing room, unable to tolerate using the space in its previous configuration after what had occurred there. Draco avoided certain areas of the house entirely upon his return, particularly the cellars and the conservatory that Voldemort had favored for his solitary contemplation. The process of purifying the manor of dark magical residue required specialist intervention beyond standard cleaning or renovation magic. Certain types of darkness, once invited into a dwelling, leave traces that resist conventional removal methods. Experts in magical remediation spent weeks working through the house room by room, using rare herbs, specialized charms, and in some cases, rituals involving positive emotional magic to counteract the lingering effects of the darkness that had temporarily claimed the manor. Even with these interventions, sensitive visitors would report unsettling sensations in certain areas of the house for years afterward, particularly on the anniversary of deaths or torture that had occurred within its walls. Beyond the physical and magical remediation, the symbolic rehabilitation of Malfoy Manor represented perhaps the greatest challenge for the family in the post-war period. A house that had for centuries stood as an emblem of pure blood prestige and power now carried associations with the most devastating magical conflict of modern times. Invitations to the manor, once coveted among wizarding society, were now often declined with transparent excuses. The name Malfoy Manor appeared in history books, not as an example of architectural achievement or aristocratic refinement, but as the headquarters from which a campaign of magical terrorism had been directed against Muggle-borns and blood traitors alike. As night settles once again over the restored facade of Malfoy Manor, and lights glow warmly from windows that once witnessed unimaginable darkness, we might contemplate this paradox. Can a place that has served as the epicenter of such concentrated evil ever truly return to normalcy? Or does some essential quality remain forever altered by the darkness that once claimed it as its own? Chapter 11. The Battle at Malfoy Manor. The crackling tension of anticipation fills the air as twilight deepens over Malfoy Manor on an unremarkable spring evening in 1998. Though none who dwelled within its walls could have predicted it, this night would witness a confrontation that would alter the course of the Second Wizarding War and leave an indelible mark on the manor's long history. The battle that unfolded within these elegant rooms was brief by the standards of magical conflict, yet few events in the manor's millennium of existence would match its significance or the reverberations that followed. The chain of events leading to this pivotal confrontation began far from the manor's grounds, with the capture of Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger by Snatchers, led by the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. The trio, who had been hunting Horcruxes in accordance with Dumbledore's final instructions, were ambushed after accidentally triggering the taboo spell placed on Voldemort's name. Despite Hermione's quick thinking and casting a stinging jinx that temporarily disfigured Harry's face, the Snatchers suspected they had captured the most wanted wizard in Britain and his companions. The decision to bring these prisoners to Malfoy Manor rather than directly to the Ministry reflected the new power structure that had emerged in Wizarding Britain. With the Ministry functioning as little more than an extension of Voldemort's will, the Manor had become the true center of authority, the place where consequential decisions were made and where rewards for valuable service would be most immediately recognized. For ambitious snatchers like Greyback, delivering Harry Potter to Malfoy Manor represented the surest path to advancement within the new regime. As the captives were marched up the long drive toward the manor house, the white peacocks that had once strutted proudly across manicured lawns were nowhere to be seen, having retreated to the wilder portions of the estate to escape the dark atmosphere that had descended upon their former domain. The enchanted gates recognized Greyback as an authorized visitor, swinging open to admit the snatchers and their prisoners to the grounds. The journey from boundary to entrance, designed by generations of Malfoys to inspire awe and trepidation in visitors, now served as a final march toward what seemed like certain doom for the captured trio. Within the manor, the arrival of Greyback's party triggered immediate activity. Narcissa Malfoy, who had assumed many of the practical responsibilities for managing the household during her husband's diminishment, met the group in the entrance hall. Contemporary accounts suggest she maintained the composed demeanor expected of a pure-blood hostess, despite the chaotic circumstances, directing the snatchers to bring their prisoners into the drawing room, where her sister Bellatrix Lestrange could assist in identification. The drawing room, once the showcase of Malfoy elegance and refinement, had been transformed during Voldemort's occupation into a space of intimidation and torment. The ornate chandelier that had illuminated generations of social gatherings now cast its light on scenes of punishment and plotting. Elegant furniture had been rearranged to emphasize the power dynamics of the Death Eater hierarchy, with lesser members relegated to the periphery, while those in favor occupied positions closer to the chair reserved for Voldemort himself. Into this transformed space came the captives, bound and disoriented, to face identification by the manor's current residents. Draco Malfoy, home from Hogwarts for the Easter holiday, was summoned to confirm Harry's identity, despite the distortion caused by Hermione's jinx. His reluctance to provide definitive identification, noted by multiple witnesses and later confirmed in post-war testimony, represented one of the first indications that the Malfoy family's commitment to Voldemort's cause had begun to waver in the face of its lived reality. The situation in the drawing room changed dramatically with the discovery of the Sword of Gryffindor among the trio's possessions. Bellatrix Lestrange, recognizing the sword she believed to be safely stored in her Gringotts vault, reacted with uncharacteristic panic, a response that would later be understood as fear that her master's Horcrux might have been compromised. Her immediate decision to separate the prisoners, sending Harry and Ron to the cellar, while retaining Hermione for interrogation, set the stage for the sequence of events that would culminate in the battle. The cellar beneath Malfoy Manor, with its magic-dampening stone walls and minimal light, had served various functions throughout the property's history, from conventional storage to occasional confinement for those who had displeased the family. During Voldemort's occupation, it had been converted into a more permanent prison, currently holding wandmaker Garrick Ollivander, Gringotts Goblin Griphook, and Luna Lovegood, daughter of the Quibbler editor. The addition of Harry and Ron to these prisoners created an unprecedented concentration of individuals whose combined knowledge and abilities posed a significant threat to Voldemort's plans, if only they could find means to act upon their potential. Above in the drawing room, the interrogation of Hermione Granger represented the darkest moment in the manor's recent history. Bellatrix's use of the Cruciatus Curse, performed with the particular cruelty for which she was notorious, left magical traces that would later prove impossible to completely remove from the drawing room floor despite multiple attempts. The screams that echoed through the manor's elegant corridors affected even hardened Death Eaters, with post-war testimony indicating that Draco Malfoy became physically ill during the torture and had to leave the room, while his mother's composed facade showed visible cracks as the interrogation continued. The turning point came through the intervention of an unexpected figure, Dobby the house elf, who had once served the Malfoy family before being freed through Harry Potter's clever manipulation of Lucius Malfoy years earlier. The ability of a house elf to apparate within the manor, despite its powerful protective enchantments, represented a critical vulnerability in the security system, designed by generations of pure-blood wizards who had never considered magical beings they deemed inferior as potential threats. This oversight, born from the same prejudice that underlay much of Voldemort's ideology, would prove costly indeed. Dobby's arrival in the cellar created the opportunity for escape that had seemed impossible moments before. After freeing the captives, he transported Luna Lovegood, Dean Thomas, and the wandmaker Ollivander to the safety of Shell Cottage, the home of Bill and Fleur Weasley, that had been placed under the Fidelius charm. He then returned to assist Harry and Ron, who had determined to rescue Hermione from the ongoing torture above. The confrontation in the drawing room erupted with explosive suddenness. Harry and Ron, emerging from the cellar staircase, caught Bellatrix and the Malfoys by surprise. In the chaotic wand work that followed, Harry managed to disarm Draco, unwittingly winning the allegiance of the Elder Wand in a moment whose significance would only become apparent during the final confrontation with Voldemort. The spells exchanged in these frantic moments left physical damage throughout the drawing room. Scorched marks on the ornate wallpaper, shattered glass from cabinets containing generations of Malfoy treasures, and furniture reduced to splinters by misdirected curses. The intensity of the battle increased when Bellatrix, recognizing that her prisoners might actually escape, seized Hermione and held a silver knife to her throat, creating a momentary standoff. This tactical shift reflected both her desperation and her understanding that Harry would not risk his friend's life by continuing offensive action. The apparent stalemate was broken by another intervention from Dobby, who used his unique magical abilities to loosen the crystal chandelier from its ceiling mounting, sending it crashing toward Bellatrix and Hermione below. The resulting chaos, crystal shards exploding across the room. Bellatrix forced to release Hermione to leap clear. The Malfoys and other Death Eaters, momentarily disoriented, provided the critical opportunity for escape. Harry seized the goblin griphook and the snatched wands, while Ron grabbed the injured Hermione. Dobby took hold of them all, activating his apparition ability to transport them beyond the manor's boundaries, even as Bellatrix, recognizing what was happening, hurled her silver knife toward the disappearing group. The aftermath of this escape left the drawing room of Malfoy Manor in unprecedented disarray. The shattered chandelier, a goblin-made piece that had illuminated the space for over 2 centuries, spread fragments across the floor like glittering tears. Family heirlooms lay broken among the debris, their magical and historical value irrelevant in the face of Bellatrix's rage and the knowledge that Voldemort would soon learn of their failure. For the Malfoys, the physical damage to their ancestral home paled in comparison to the knowledge of what would follow when the Dark Lord learned that Harry Potter had been captured and had subsequently escaped from their custody. Voldemort's return to the manor upon receiving news of these events resulted in one of the most terrifying displays of magical fury witnessed during the war. Accounts from Death Eaters who survived described how the Dark Lord's rage manifested in waves of magical energy that caused windows throughout the manor to shatter simultaneously, furnishings to splinter without being touched, and the very foundations of the house to tremble as if experiencing an earthquake. Those present, including the Malfoys themselves, suffered punishments that left several permanently injured and at least 2 lesser Death Eaters dead. Beyond the immediate consequences for those present, the battle at Malfoy Manor represented a significant turning point in the war for several reasons that would only become fully apparent later. The escape of the prisoners, particularly Ollivander with his crucial knowledge of wand lore, deprived Voldemort of valuable intelligence resources. Harry's acquisition of Draco's wand altered the fundamental magical dynamics that would determine the outcome of his final confrontation with Voldemort. Perhaps most significantly, the information obtained during their captivity, particularly Bellatrix's extreme reaction regarding the contents of her Gringotts vault, provided the trio with vital clues that would lead them to another of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The cost of this pivotal confrontation was high, particularly for the brave house elf who made it possible. Bellatrix's thrown knife found its mark, as Dobby completed the apparition, mortally wounding the elf who had once served the very family from whose home he was helping prisoners escape. His death shortly after arriving at Shell Cottage added a profound personal dimension to what might otherwise have been viewed merely as a tactical victory. Harry's decision to dig Dobby's grave by hand rather than magic, witnessed by the rescued prisoners and the Weasleys, transformed the escape from Malfoy Manor from a mere strategic success into a moral statement about the values at stake in the larger conflict. For the Malfoy family, the battle marked a crucial moment in their progressively worsening position within Voldemort's hierarchy. Already diminished by Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries and Draco's inability to kill Dumbledore as assigned, they now bore responsibility for allowing the Dark Lord's most valuable prisoner to escape their custody. The physical damage to their home, while significant, represented merely the visible manifestation of their declining status and influence. In the remaining weeks of the war, they would exist in a state of near imprisonment within their own mansion, their movements monitored, and their activities restricted to mundane functions far removed from the strategic planning in which Lucius had once participated. The psychological impact of these events on each family member varied significantly. For Lucius, already broken by his Azkaban imprisonment and subsequent wandless state, the battle and its aftermath represented the final collapse of his ambitions and self-image as a powerful figure in wizarding society. Narcissa's response proved more complex, with the threat to Draco's safety during the battle apparently catalyzing a re-evaluation of priorities that would ultimately lead to her crucial deception of Voldemort regarding Harry's status during the final battle at Hogwarts. Draco himself, forced to witness torture in his childhood home, and then disarmed by his school rival in a confrontation he clearly had no desire to participate in, experienced a crisis of identity that would influence his actions during the final stages of the conflict. In the years following the war, the drawing room where the battle occurred proved particularly resistant to magical restoration. Despite extensive efforts by specialists in magical remediation, certain traces remained detectable to those with sufficient sensitivity, echoes of the pain inflicted there, magical residue from the spells exchanged during the confrontation, and a subtle but persistent atmosphere of wrongness that defied conventional magical cleansing. The Malfoy family eventually resolved this problem through extensive physical renovation, removing the original flooring entirely and replacing the room's decorative elements, rather than attempting to restore what had been damaged. For those who participated in or witnessed the battle at Malfoy Manor, the event remained vividly present in memory, long after physical evidence had been erased through renovation or magical remediation. Survivors among the rescued prisoners reported recurring nightmares featuring the cellar's oppressive darkness, or the drawing room's ornate ceiling, viewed from the perspective of someone lying helpless on its floor. Even the Malfoys themselves, according to limited post-war accounts, found certain areas of their home permanently altered in their emotional significance, with family members sometimes taking circuitous routes through the house to avoid passing through spaces associated with particularly traumatic moments. The historical significance of the battle extended far beyond its immediate consequences. In academic studies of the Second Wizarding War published in subsequent decades, the confrontation of Malfoy Manor is frequently identified as exemplifying several key themes of the conflict: the vulnerability of even the most carefully constructed pure-blood power structures to resistance from unexpected quarters, the moral complexity of characters like Draco Malfoy caught between ideological indoctrination and basic human decency, and the crucial contribution of non-human magical beings like Dobby to the eventual defeat of Voldemort's regime. What might have been merely another skirmish in a larger war instead became emblematic of the fundamental issues at stake in the wizarding world's most devastating modern conflict. As moonlight once again spills through the repaired windows of Malfoy Manor and casts gentle illumination across a drawing room, transformed by extensive renovation, one might pause to consider, in a place where such momentous events have transpired, where courage and cruelty have clashed with consequences that rippled throughout the wizarding world, What unseen influences might still linger beneath the surface of restored elegance, and how might they continue to shape those who call this storied and scarred estate their home? Chapter 12. Legacy and Aftermath. Morning light filters through repaired windows, casting long beams across polished floors that have known both grandeur and terror. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, Malfoy Manor stands as both monument and metaphor, a place forever changed by its role in recent history, yet still bearing the indelible marks of centuries of wizarding tradition. The aftermath and legacy of this storied estate reflect not only the changing fortunes of the family, whose name it bears, but the evolving society in which it exists, as both manor and magical world attempt to reconcile with their complex past, while moving toward an uncertain future. The immediate aftermath of Voldemort's defeat found Malfoy Manor in a state unprecedented in its long history. Ministry officials descended upon the estate within days of the Battle of Hogwarts, conducting extensive searches for dark artifacts, evidence of illegal magical activity, and any remaining resources that might support Death Eater remnants attempting to regroup. These raids, conducted under emergency wartime authorities that temporarily suspended traditional pureblood protections against government intrusion, exposed aspects of the manor that had remained hidden for generations. The cellars yielded particularly disturbing discoveries, including evidence of prisoner confinement that predated Voldemort's occupation by decades. Record books dating to the early 20th century documented the temporary imprisonment of various individuals who had crossed the Malfoy family through business disputes, social slights, or political opposition. While most of these incidents involved brief confinement rather than the extended torture experienced by Voldemort's prisoners, they nonetheless painted a troubling picture of how the family had historically exercised power with minimal regard for legal niceties or individual rights. The library, initially sealed by Auror's pending complete inventory of its contents, revealed volumes on magical subjects so obscure or dangerous that their mere possession violated post-war regulations. Certain texts were confiscated outright, transported to the Department of Mysteries for secure storage and study by unspeakables trained to handle such material safely. Others, while technically legal, were documented and left under monitoring charms that would alert authorities if specific pages were accessed or particular spells attempted from their instructions. Perhaps most significantly, from a historical perspective, the discovery of family journals, correspondence, and financial records spanning centuries provided unprecedented insight into the Malfoy family's behind-the-scenes role in wizarding politics. These documents, which the ministry partially sealed for 75 years under post-war security protocols, reportedly contained evidence linking the family to numerous historical events previously thought unconnected. From attempts to prevent Muggle-born enfranchisement in the 19th century to financial manipulation of goblin banking regulations as recently as the 1980s. For the Malfoy family themselves, the immediate post-war period represented a nadir in their long history. Lucius faced multiple criminal charges related to his Death Eater activities, including escape from Azkaban, use of unforgivable curses, and complicity in the murder of ministry employees during Voldemort's regime. His eventual sentence, significant financial penalties, and lifetime magical monitoring rather than returned imprisonment, reflected both Narcissa's crucial role in Harry Potter's survival during the final battle, the ministry's pragmatic recognition that reconciliation with traditional pureblood families would be necessary for long-term stability. Narcissa, though never formally charged with crimes, found her social position irrevocably altered. The networks of influence that had defined her role in wizarding society largely dissolved as former associates distanced themselves from the Malfoy name or faced their own legal consequences. Her focus reportedly turned inward during this period, concentrated on supporting Draco through his difficult transition and supervising the extensive renovations required to make the manor habitable after the damage inflicted during Voldemort's occupation and the subsequent ministry investigations. Draco's position proved perhaps the most complex of the family members, technically guilty of becoming a Death Eater, attempting to assassinate Albus Dumbledore, and participating in the regime's occupation of Hogwarts. He nevertheless benefited from Harry Potter's testimony regarding his reluctance to identify Potter at the manor, and his mother's critical assistance during the final confrontation. The formal pardon he eventually received came with conditions including regular ministry check-ins and temporary restrictions on certain categories of magic, but allowed him to retain his wand and eventually pursue a career, concessions denied to many others who had borne the dark mark. The physical restoration of Malfoy Manor following these events involved more than conventional repair magic. Certain spaces, particularly the drawing room where Hermione Granger had been tortured, and the cellar that had held prisoners, proved resistant to standard magical cleaning and renovation. The residual dark magic that permeated these areas required specialized remediation performed by experts in magical damage control, some brought from as far as Egypt and Japan, to address the particular contamination resulting from prolonged performance of the Cruciatus Curse within the building. Beyond these technical challenges, the Malfoys faced decisions about how to approach renovation philosophically, whether to attempt restoration to the manor's pre-war grandeur, or to embrace more substantial changes that might symbolically distance the property from its recent history. The approach ultimately adopted combined physical transformation of the most problematic areas with preservation of historically significant features unconnected to Voldemort's occupation, creating a dwelling that acknowledged its heritage while removing the most direct reminders of its darkest chapter. The drawing room underwent the most dramatic transformation, with all original furnishings and decorative elements removed, and the space reconfigured to serve an entirely different function as a music room, centered around an enchanted harpsichord that had been in Narcissa's family for generations. The physical reorientation of the space, changing the primary entrance point, relocating windows, and completely replacing the flooring, represented a deliberate attempt to disorient memory, making it difficult even for those who had previously visited to connect the new configuration with the room where Death Eaters had gathered and prisoners had suffered. The cellars were addressed even more radically, with the Malfoys taking the unprecedented step of permanently sealing the original spaces through magical means, similar to those used on certain dangerous areas of the Department of Mysteries. New storage areas were constructed in an entirely different location beneath the East Wing, designed with abundant magical lighting and architecture that emphasized openness rather than confinement. The sealed original cellars remain inaccessible, existing in a state some magical theorists describe as spatially adjacent but not connected, physically present beneath the manor, but unable to be reached through any conventional means of movement. Other areas of the manor underwent less dramatic but still significant changes during this renovation period. The library was reorganized with clearly delineated sections separating historical texts of scholarly value from more practical magical resources, reflecting a shift in how the family presented their relationship to magical knowledge. Guest quarters that had housed Death Eaters were completely refurnished, with architectural modifications that allowed more natural light and created connections to the gardens outside, deliberately contrasting with the isolated atmosphere that had prevailed during Voldemort's occupation. The grounds themselves received extensive attention during this period of transformation. Gardens that had fallen into neglect were restored according to designs that incorporated more natural elements and fewer of the rigid formal patterns that had previously dominated. The white peacocks, which had largely fled to wilder areas of the estate during the Death Eater occupation, were gradually coaxed back to the vicinity of the house through patient effort, their return representing a small but symbolically significant reclamation of the property's pre-war character. As the immediate post-war period gave way to longer-term recovery, Malfoy Manor's role in wizarding society evolved in ways that reflected broader social changes. The grand entertaining that had once defined its function gave way to smaller, more private gatherings focused less on political influence and more on rebuilding specific relationships within the pure-blood community, and gradually, with selected half-blood families whose social position had risen in the more meritocratic post-war environment. Approximately 5 years after the war, the Malfoys made the unprecedented decision to allow a historical preservation committee limited access to document certain architectural features of the manor for academic purposes. This carefully controlled opening of their private domain, while falling far short of the public access granted to some other historically significant wizarding dwellings, nonetheless represented a significant departure from the family's traditional insularity. The resulting scholarly publication, focusing primarily on the manor's architectural evolution and magical innovations, presented a narrative that acknowledged the building's historical significance, while emphasizing aspects unconnected to dark magic or pure-blood supremacist ideology. The manor's gradual reintegration into wizarding society accelerated following Scorpius Malfoy's birth in the early 2000s. Childhood gatherings hosted for the heir and his peers brought families to the estate who would never have crossed its threshold in previous generations, including some with Muggle-born members. While these events remained relatively small and carefully orchestrated, they nevertheless represented a tangible shift in how the manor functioned socially, prioritizing Scorpius's development and future prospects over rigid adherence to the exclusionary principles that had guided previous generations. For Draco Malfoy, the manor represented both burden and birthright during this period of transition. Historical accounts suggest he initially considered selling the property entirely, a radical break with tradition that would have been unthinkable to his ancestors, but ultimately decided to remain, focusing on creating a home environment for his son that would avoid replicating his own childhood experiences. The personal quarters of the manor underwent particular transformation under his direction, with spaces that had once emphasized dynastic imagery and pure-blood heraldry redecorated to reflect his growing interest in alchemy and astronomy, subjects that connected to wizarding tradition while remaining relatively untainted by blood status politics. Astoria Malfoy, née Greengrass, reportedly played a significant role in reimagining how the manor might function for a family attempting to navigate post-war wizarding society. Though raised in pure-blood tradition herself, her family had maintained greater distance from Voldemort's movement than the Malfoys, giving her a somewhat different perspective on how to balance respect for magical heritage with adaptation to changing social values. Under her influence, certain spaces within the manor were repurposed to accommodate her interest in magical music and art, introducing cultural elements that had received little emphasis during the more politically focused Malfoy gatherings of previous generations. The decades following the war brought further gradual evolution in the manor's significance and function, as the immediate personal memories of Voldemort's occupation receded and younger generations came to know the estate primarily through family stories rather than direct experience. The intense emotions associated with its wartime role diminished somewhat. The manor remained a symbol of pure-blood tradition and wealth, but one increasingly defined by its long history rather than its relatively brief but intense period as headquarters for dark forces. This gradual normalization faced a significant challenge, approximately 20 years after the war, when historical accounts of the conflict began appearing with sufficient detail to reignite public attention regarding specific locations associated with Voldemort's regime. The publication of the Second Wizarding War, A Complete History, by historian Adalbert Waffling, included an entire chapter devoted to Malfoy Manor's role as Death Eater headquarters, bringing renewed scrutiny to the estate and its owners. The Malfoy response to this renewed attention reflected their evolved approach to managing their complicated legacy. Rather than retreating behind magical barriers or attempting legal action to suppress discussion of the manor's history, Draco provided a carefully worded statement, acknowledging the property's wartime role while emphasizing the family's subsequent efforts to make amends and the distinction between ancestral heritage and personal responsibility. This limited but direct engagement with public discourse represented a significant departure from the strategies of denial and misdirection that had characterized the family's approach to controversy in previous generations. As contemporary wizarding society continues to evolve in its relationship to blood status traditions and historical conflicts, Malfoy Manor occupies a unique position, neither fully rehabilitated nor completely condemned, but existing in a complex middle ground that reflects the nuanced reality of post-war reconciliation. For some in the wizarding community, particularly those who lost family members to Voldemort's regime, the estate remains fundamentally tainted by its associations regardless of renovations or the passage of time. For others, particularly younger generations less directly connected to the war, the manor represents an interesting historical site whose significance lies primarily in its architectural features and connection to centuries of magical development rather than its brief dark chapter. The Malfoy family itself continues to navigate this complicated legacy, neither fully embracing nor completely rejecting their ancestral home's significance. Scorpius Malfoy's relationship with the estate reportedly differs significantly from his forebears, combining respect for its historical importance with a more critical perspective on the values and actions it has traditionally represented. Whether this generational shift will ultimately lead to more dramatic changes in how the manor functions within wizarding society remains to be seen, but the trajectory suggests continuing evolution rather than return to traditional patterns. As sunset casts long shadows across the grounds of Malfoy Manor, and lights begin to glow in windows that have witnessed centuries of magical history both glorious and terrible, we might consider a final question about this extraordinary dwelling and its place in the wizarding world. Can a place so deeply imprinted with the full spectrum of human experience, from artistic achievement to cruel oppression, from proud tradition to bitter regret, ultimately transcend any single chapter of its history to represent something more complex than either celebration or condemnation would allow? And what might this suggest about our own capacity to incorporate difficult truths into the ongoing stories we tell about ourselves and our shared past?